It might rain today, or was it yesterday? I don't know, I've been inside. It's been a while since I looked up at the sky.
I know it's like 2 a.m. I don't fucking care. I'm so fucking irrationally mad about this.
But what lies beneath is too much to reveal. Life's easier when emotions are sealed. I like to keep on wondering what is real. Man, what's your deal?
I need to stop scrolling Twitter while I'm trying to get to bed. Fuck.
It goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. And when I put on a face, I never look upset. And when I give them a dance, they always write me a check. Tie a knot in a balloon and ask them, what do you see? It's a Rorschach test of your reality. You can hold it tight, but don't squeeze too hard. It'll pop in your hands and you'll be left with the shards. It looks funny when you stretch it, just don't pull it apart. You can sew it back together with a couple of scars. I'm disastrously distasteful, dazzling and dreamy. Call up anyone you know and they'll describe me as a genie. I'll make your dreams come true, turn impossible to plausible. Have a problem, come to me, nothing's unresolvable. I need your smile, I live for your dance. I live for your passion, I live for romance. And if unsatisfactory, give me a chance. I'll pull down the moon and tuck it in your hands. And so, it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. I'm waiting here in the darkness for my bus. I am alone. The conductor asks for tickets and I groan. Open my mouth to tell a joke and he says, you are the silliest motherfucker I've ever met.
Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? Listen. This is a very impromptu stream. I was thinking I could go live with this later. I could like set it up and we could do like a Saturday stream. And then I thought, no, I won't be angry then. I'll have calmed the fuck down over this thing that does not matter. And you know, sometimes sometimes I have to remind myself that it's really not about the views or who's in chat. It's about howling into the void because I realized I tweeted something out and nobody was going to pay any attention to it. And that annoyed me more. I was like, do you know what? Fuck this. I have a YouTube channel. I have a platform. I have a voice to scream my pity, self-interested bullshit into. So we're gonna talk about a fucking tweet I came across and how it took me about fucking like less than 3 fucking minutes to become angry at this fucking topic, end up semi-defending a game which I fucking hate, and realize that it's not just, you know, I've got a hot take for you about games journalism. You ready for this hot take about games journalism, everybody? My hot take about games journalism is the reason that games journalism is so fucking terrible, the reason it is abysmal, the reason it is just a bought and paid for PR campaign by games companies to sell shit to people, is because no one fucking reads. The comments involved in these tweets make me want to tear out sections of my own fucking ribcage. I mean, really, what is what? And I think what tipped me over the edge is we are going to watch a video from somebody who tweeted this out, okay? Who I like, who I respect, whose takes on video games are, generally speaking, pretty fucking good. Who has actually done a video on Veilguard, which is good. And then I see this tweet, and he just didn't read the fucking article. Fuck. We are going to talk about... We're going to talk about something here today. We're going to talk about this. Pirate Nation, the gamer. Why isn't Monster Hunter Wilds flopping like Dragon Age, the Veilguard? An interesting question. One which, you know, many of us, I'm sure, can come up for an answer for. You know, like, as gamers, as people who play video games, indulge in this medium, I'm sure many of us can come to a multitude, a plethora, a smorgasbord of reasons why this game failed and plunged into the fucking ocean where it belongs. Lead weights tied around it. But here's the thing. If you're a games journalist, your job is to write about that question. Hasn't the whole point of this insane crusade to try and get games journalism to be better, to get them to write articles actually critically looking at why games failed? Now, you might notice something interesting about this. That's a picture. And if we scroll through, you'll find there's no link to the article. How interesting. I mean, if anybody wanted to read this article, how would they go about it? I mean, to be fair to people, the fucking gauntlet's been thrown down. However, in the world, from merely the title of the article, are you supposed to find it and read it for yourself? Well, after hours of searching, hours, days, actually, months, weeks, I managed to track it down by going to the fucking website. And we're gonna listen. I'm gonna read this to you. I've gone back and forth over the last, like, I don't know what, 10 minutes since I decided to go live, deciding how I was gonna present this to you. But do you know what? We're just gonna read the fucking article. We're gonna read the article. Okay? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read it because I found it. The Gamer, why isn't Monster Hunter Wilds flopping like Dragon Age the Veilguard? And I want to be clear. I fucking hate Dragon Age the Veilguard. I fucking hate this game. This game, I feel like it took something away from me. Okay, I've played all the Dragon Age games. I've been a BioWare fan for a very long time. And this game took something away from me. So please understand where I'm at, that I'm getting annoyed at people criticizing them, because, do you know what? I read this article and I didn't hate it. It's not a bad article, which annoys me even if I just opened it and I was like, because I was like, you see these articles get posted all the fucking time and you think, okay, maybe it's really bad. Maybe they're right. And, you know, it's this, like, both rightoids and leftoids do this, by the way. It's both sides of the fucking aisle. They'll post an article title or a little fucking clip or something, and they'll remove the wider context from it and just let the audience fill in the fucking gaps. And and what's frustrating is, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, this is exactly the sort of article I would want written about Veilguard. And it's not just about Veilguard either, because if anyone did any like hard analysis, this is actually a really interesting question, because it's not about the woke shit in Veilguard, which admittedly is really bad. It's shit. It's about the fact that Veilguard has come out at a time when multiple other games have been released which are dumbed down versions of their like respective series. It's not just like Baldur's Gate 3 is a dumbed down version of the Baldur's Gate series. It's not as complex. It's just not. At the same time, you've got things like Armored Core. Armored Core's just come out. Armored Core is massively dumbed down. I'm a massive Armored Core fan. It is a much simpler, much easier to play game than the other entries to the series. Monster Hunter Wilds, I love. I have 100 hours in this game now. Okay, this game came out. This game came out 7 days ago. I have 100 hours in it. Okay, I have dedicated a significant amount of my time to playing Monster Hunter Wilds, but it is easier. It is easier than previous Monster Hunter games. It is more streamlined. It is simpler. It is much easier to access. So the question is, if these games are doing well, because Armored Core broke series records, frankly, it broke general records. It was for a mech genre game, did incredibly fucking well. Like, it was an awesome fucking game. So why did Veilguard do so badly? Well, let's read into the article. Let's have a little look-see-daisy, shall we? Fuck. I'm talking like a fucking villain from a Disney movie made in the fucking early 2000s. I'm gonna kill myself. Has anyone ever said you should do voiceover narration? Your voice would be perfect. I would, but I am dyslexic and therefore would fail. Okay. Well, children, let's begin. Monster Hunter Wilds is the latest entry in a long-running RPG series. It's the most approachable entry in the franchise yet. Absolutely fucking true. Listen, we're playing it through in the Discord. There are some, like, many people who've never played a Monster Hunter game have got into Monster Hunter Wilds, partly because I won't shut the fuck up about it, but it is more accessible. It's probably going to be more successful than Worlds is. I'd place money on that. And Worlds itself was a far more accessible game. In fact, I've played many of the Monster Hunter games, and I really like the lore, and I like lots of story, but Monster Hunter Worlds was the first Monster Hunter game I loved. Okay? Like, I loved it. So, having something like Wilds, awesome. It's exactly what Wilds is like almost a perfect game. There's literally a blind voiceover guy, Beckett. Thanks for the tea. That's depressing. Also, Rotting Brain with the 5. The Void yelling into it. I know it so well. Thank you. And K-Huck for the member for 11 months. See, listen, I was like fucking angry. I'm missing out on fucking donuts. What I'll do is I'll set a goal. I'll set a goal for you guys. Okay, give me a sec. We'll set 10 super chats. Actually, we'll do it this way. We'll do 15, but it's light blue. And then chat on screen. If you want to be involved in my little fucking rage out session. Okay. Oh, fucking dying. Okay. It may have lost some of its identity in the process of sanding down some of its more unique features, but the developers made that sacrifice in hopes of reaching a bigger audience. That's also true, by the way. Builds are simpler. Weapons are... I don't really have to think about what I'm hunting with in the same way as I hunted the fucking fire octopus boss with a fire weapon and had no issues. I could not do that in previous Monster Hunter games. I did it in less than, like... I'm my current Monster Hunter Wilds build. I'm just gonna, like, gush about how good my Monster... Hey! Falgy, Oddblock! Welcome in, guys. How you doing? Welcome to my absolutely fucking insane Rage Out session. I hope you had a good stream. So... my current Monster Hunter Wilds build, just to be clear, can kill tempered monsters, like a normal tempered monster, in less than 3 minutes. For a like higher tier tempered monster, probably around 5. For a boss monster, if I'm really focused in, if I really buff myself, I can do it in sub 15 minutes. Maybe even sub 12 minutes on a good fucking run. Okay? I am fucking getting right into that. I'm doing that with a gun lance as well. It's not exactly known for its high mobility and shifting. I'm using what's my build? I'm using a gun lance backed up with a heavy bowgun, and basically I'm using burst, artillery loaded shells, and the Guardian Arkveld gun lance. It's fucking incredible. It's really, really good. Dan went from 70 to 93 viewers. Listen, it is like 2 in the morning. I imagine a fair number of people will wake up going, why the fuck did he go live at 2 a.m.? What the fuck is wrong with him? Okay. Anyway. Burst is really good for fast weapons. It's not even funny. Listen, it's really good on anything with consecutive hits. Hammers, it's really good on. Horns, it's really good on. Like gun lance, it's great on because of the burst like shelling. It just absolutely fucking rips through things. It's insane. Okay, here we go. Okay. But the developers made the sacrifice in hope of reaching a bigger audience. Where have I heard that one before? Oh, right. Dragon Age: The Veilguard is the latest entry in a long-running RPG series. It's the most approachable entry in the franchise yet. That is absolutely true. It is incredibly dumbed down. It is like, you almost need to know nothing about Dragon Age. In fact, Dragon Age Veilguard is so dumbed down, it barely has a fucking identity. Even the, like, I can't remember the name of the fucking race, the bull-headed people, who I always end up referring to as the Minotaur people, or the racist Minotaur people, have been, like, basically turned into humans with horns. They're basically, like, tieflings. It's fucking bizarre. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. If you look at, like, previous entries, particularly Dragon Age Inquisition, when you can play one, they have very distinct facial features. And they have, like, quite a distinct cultures. Now, it's all been dumbed down. The whole fucking thing. They completely fucked Solas's storyline, like, into the gutter just to get it out the way. Because to understand Solas's storyline, you'd probably have had to play Inquisition, or at least have a working knowledge. Now, back in the day, what BioWare would do was they'd have, like, recaps. In, like, Mass Effect 2, they basically had a comic-style recap where you could select some of your, like, previous options, particularly on PC, because there was never a PC release of Mass Effect 1 before Mass Effect 2. So you had that option. And, like, you could catch players up. It was great. Didn't do any of that shit. Don't know why. It was such a letdown. It was a fucking terrible. I am not defending Veilguard. I will never defend Veilguard. Veilguard is a fucking terrible game. But I want to talk about why Veilguard is bad, because it's actually, it's not as simple as some of the fucking, yeah, fuck it, retards on Twitter want to think it is. Okay. It may have lost some of its identity in the process of sanding down some of those more unique features, but the developers made that sacrifice in hopes of reaching a bigger audience, and yet the Veilguard and Wilds have experienced vastly different fortunes. Speaking of which, congrats on surpassing 6k subs. Thank you. Listen, we're slowly climbing. One day, I'll have 10k subs, and then I'll go insane, and I'll start selling merch and banning people from chat if they disagree with me. And my ego will go out of control. Fuck. Literally never be me. Monster Hunter, that's gonna get clipped. That's gonna get used against me at some point. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to be nice because I don't know any of these people, and like I don't talk about gaming culture much. It's just not a topic I really touch on. I think because I like gaming, and gaming And gaming coverage is depressing as fuck. It makes me do things like, listen, it's been ages since I've been this fucking angry about anything on the internet, okay? I am more angry about this fucking tweet than I am about some of the grooming stories I covered. Like, I'm more outraged about it. Oh, fucking Monster Hunter Wilds has been a huge hit, shifting 8 million copies in the first 3 days, making it the fastest selling game in Capcom's history, beating the previous 3-day record set by Monster Hunter World's 5 million copy start. As I write this, Wilds is still the #1 seller on Steam, and will likely be sticking around the top for quite a while. Though we don't want to count our chickens before the hatch, it's safe to say the gambit worked. Capcom went after the audience that had been scared off by previous games' unfriendly reputation, and reeled them in, hook, line, and sinker, with a streamlined, on-ramp, easier fights, and greater emphasis on story and characters. All of this is just fucking true! All of this is just fucking true, okay? It's just accurate. It is so much easier to play. Wilds is just an easier game. Legitimately. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's good. I want more people playing Monster Hunter games, because then I get more Monster Hunter games. Monster Hunter Wilds hasn't tried to shake off its origin. It streamlined and added quality of life to the design. Did that make it easier in some cases? Yes. Not even a question. Does it make it more fun? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Beckett's enemies wake up happier knowing he loses grip on sanity inch by inch every day. Yeah, probably. Fuck. Dragon Age the Veilguard, meanwhile, I mean, this is just a comparison, right? This is just a solid, like, this is fine. This article's fine. So angry about this. Dragon Age Veilguard, meanwhile, only managed to shift 1.5 million units in the first quarter. That low number was surprising, given that Veilguard enjoyed EA's best single-player stream release ever, with 70,000 launch day concurrent players. But it seems like that strong debut was largely caused by Dragon Age faithful showing up in huge numbers on the strength of love for the series and strong reviews. Once players actually got their hands on the game, though, the tides quickly turned and Veilguard was unable to break into the mainstream. Good morning, Dong, with the 2. My GF beat every AC before 6. How autistic is that? Listen, she's a keeper. She's a fucking keeper. Okay? Listen, that's just fucking based. Totally approve. Right, okay, so, and we got some nice little helpful notes, and that muscular performance in spite of rough PC performance that saddled the game with mixed reviews on Steam. Yeah, listen, the PC release for this game is rough. I'm playing it on PC, I'm having issues, I've, obviously, like, none of it's a deal breaker for me. I actually find the polygon monsters occasionally pretty fucking cute. Bet the fandom won't be doing that again, EA. Well, the problem, okay, so like, we'll get into the problems of Veilguard and what's happened at BioWare in a minute. We'll talk about it. And just another note, if you're wondering how, listen, there's little notes to help. I think this article's, for a gaming journalism article, I think this is fine. It's good. If you're wondering how Veilguard launch compares to Inquisition's, well, it's hard to know. Inquisition reportedly sold 12 million copies, according to Mark Darrell, who left BioWare in 2020. EA didn't reveal the number of units sold in the game's launch window, but stated that it was BioWare's most successful ever. You may want to install Reframe, helps with the stuttering in Wilds. I've got no stuttering. Mostly I'm just getting like polygon drop. That's the biggest thing. It's fine though. It's fine. I think, listen, I'm not like graphics focused as a player, so I don't really care that much, I'll be honest with you. I just want to swing big thing that goes explode and thing fall over. It's good. Tickles my synapses. Both games were attempting to grow beyond their established fan bases to reach more mainstream audience. and delivered a somewhat watered-down experience. So why did the strategy work so well for Monster Hunter and so poorly for Dragon Age? That's an interesting question. And again, why is the reception to certain games when they do this, say like the Deus Ex franchise with the revival, which was just like the first game in the revival did well, and then the second game was fucked, basically. It was fucked. I don't think they even really finished it. And it's really interesting, isn't it, that some of the stuff that happened with Veilguard also seems to have happened with the sequel to Mankind Divided, or whatever the fuck it was. Was that even the second one? I don't know. The other Deus Ex game. You're gonna go over the devs freaking out about Veilguard? I should answer. Maybe some of it, yeah. I mean, again, like, here's the thing. We'll talk about, like, the devs and, the devs' response to like criticism and other games and things. But this article isn't sweeping. Queeman, the second game was fine. Was it all right? I mean, again, I thought it was a bit too watered down. Human Revolution and Mankind Divided. I think Human Revolution was fine, but then I liked the second one in the series. I've forgotten what the Invisible War. Invisible War. I liked Invisible War. Invisible War was like a solid game. Infamous with the 5. Dragon Age Veilguard failed because everything that can go wrong did go wrong. Yeah, exactly. Actually. And it's... I love you for that. I love you for that super chat. Based. I didn't know Queeman was a fucking Deus Ex fan. Interesting. You learn something new every day. Right, anyway. Room to Shrink. So this is like the main fucking analysis of the article. You're like, listen, it's not deep, it's fucking gaming journalism. That's literally like the worst one. Okay, buddy. Okay, listen, I liked the storyline of it, okay? I liked the storyline of it. I liked the world environments. How is it the worst one? I will fight you on this. How is it the worst one? Fucking ridiculous. It's the biomods, isn't it? How can you like Human Revolution and not Invisible War? Fuck this shit. This is dark. This is dark. Okay. The most the most straightforward answer is that Monster Hunter had a lot more rough edges to sand off. It's a series that is known for its complex combat, esoteric multiplayer, and interlocking systems. In the multiplayer is still completely fucked. It's so hard to get a party together. That aren't always well tutorialized. Monster Hunter Wilds still delivered on much of what the series is known for. As someone who's played a couple of dozen hours of the previous games but never dove especially deep, Wilds is very recognizable as Monster Hunter. The core loop is still there. It's just contextualized a bit differently thanks to this entry's greater emphasis on story and characters. Killing monsters, harvesting their parts, turning them into gear, that's all still there, but with a better on-ramp, lower difficulty, and more narrative hooks. Your character, I was talking to Draven about this in the Discord, because we were playing some like Wilds in the Discord earlier, and I was talking to Draven about it, and it's crazy that your character is voiced. I never expected to have a voiced protagonist in a fucking Monster Hunter game, and it works really well. There's like a really cool fucking moment where your character basically like does this whole thing where he's like, by my own authority, because it's like he's constantly being told what to hunt, and then like your character makes a decision and actually speaks. It's not like huge, but it's really nice to have like character moments like that in a Monster Hunter game. It's just good. It's just legitimately good. These are decent improvements, but they're not Monster Hunter. These are clear evolutions and like mainstreaming of the series to make it more accessible, something more recognizable to like a more general audience. Timphy with the 2. Good to know what Beckett is losing it over games. Yeah, this really fucking. It's not the games that I'm losing it over. It's Twitter. Fucking Twitter, man. Infamous with the 5. As a fan, I hope you become French horn. You become French. Hon. Oh, God. Dude, your insults are killing me. Thanks for the 5. Rise was Rise also had voices? Did it? Did I forget that Rise had voiced characters? I swear my protagonist wasn't voiced in Rise. I've repressed a lot of that game. Okay, right. The game also retains much of its the series complexity. You still have a ton of weapon types that each take practice to master. There are multiple currencies. Look, listen, Charge Blade still isn't fun. I'm sorry, I've tried. Listen, I built the best Charge Blade I possibly could. I got good gems for it. It's not fun. Charge Blade is not fun. I do not understand Charge Blade players. I think you're all fucking crazy. This is not... I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. Please explain it to me. What the fuck is fun about constantly watching your vials fill up and then freaking out when they turn red? Listen, I do not have that level of autism, okay? I can't do it. Charge Blade is all... You're autistic, Fernando. You're autistic. If you like Charge Blade, you are seriously fucking autistic. Oh, fucking... And the perfect guard wrapped into the combos. It's just completely insane. No, you're all fucking insane. Beckett, will this stream alienate your audience? Only a section of it. Listen, if I can't destroy my viewer attention when I'm annoyed at Twitter, really, what's the point? There are multiple currency. Okay, the game also retains its complexity. You still have a ton of weapon types to take practice to master. There are multiple currencies you need to collect, crafting to engage with, and thoughtful combat to learn. The Veilguard's problem was the Dragon Age was never tough to understand as Monster Hunter. Origins had a lot of role-playing depth and a detailed real-time with paused battle system, but the previous entries had already moved away from that by the time Veilguard had rolled around. The story of Dragon Age is the story of a game increasingly being dumbed down. In fact, actually, the story of BioWare is the story of a studio increasingly being dumbed down to be, like, for mass appeal. This article is just correct. It's just correct. And the truth is this. You can have woke characters in a game, okay? You can have woke characters. It's fine. I refuse to pretend that Dragon Age The Veilguard was a perfect game that was let down by a Mary Sue trans character who was just, like, so bad that they ruined the entire game. No. Dragon Age Veilguard is top to bottom complete and utter fucking shit. It is breakingly bad. And right down to the fucking graphical design, okay? It looks fucking ugly. It looks fucking ugly. I have the same issue with Avowed, by the way. This is why I didn't get Avowed. Avowed looks fucking ugly. It looks horrible. I've seen people praising the graphics. I feel like I'm going to go blind. I feel like I'm walking through a fucking acid trip every time I see any gameplay footage of the fucking thing. Who thought a color palette like this was a good idea? I think it was a fucking, like, you know, retro parody. Like, I don't understand why you'd want an entire world that looks so fucking clean. I don't get it. It's immersion breaking. It's almost like I blame Fortnite. I blame Fortnite for this shit because Fortnite has this very clean, very bright fucking color palette. And now, like, studios are looking at that and going, oh, well, that's what young people will, like, resonate with. This sort of bright, engaging, like, eye-catching, like, everything sort of, like, trying to draw your... Everything, regardless of what the fuck it is trying to draw all your attention all the fucking time. And it is... it's unplayable. Fortnite may be fun. Listen. If you like Fortnite, that's fine. But I don't want that in a fucking RPG game. And in my opinion, of Avowed is it is fuck ugly. It's just fuck ugly. And if you don't think so, you're wrong. Fucking hell. Veilguard was streamlined in every way. It traded in Inquisition's open world for a level-based structure, and the levels were hyper-linear, leaving little room for exploration. The dialogue choices were superficial, allowing for little real roleplay. The combat was fun, but simple, action RPG fare. The series lore was pared back or ignored, and the companions were largely uninteresting. The game began life as a live service game, and it shows in the lack of detail and depth given to the world. It feels like a place you would inhabit with 100 other players, not like the one it was designed to react to your actions. What the fuck is wrong with that statement? Does anybody in this chat... Do you know what? I'm going to do a rare thing. If any of you seriously fucking disagree with this statement, if you think this is sweeping for Veilguard or sweeping for the woke agenda, tell me, call in, we'll fucking talk about it. Because there is nothing wrong with this statement. That is objectively fucking correct. It's just objectively correct. No one read this fucking article. I can't believe I'm fucking like... Why does this keep happening? You don't even need to do it. It would be so fucking easy to just read the article and be like, wow, Veilguard was so bad and Wilds is so good that even games journalists are having to reconsider their positions and seriously look at why Veilguard failed. It's easy. Obviously, Worlds coming out so close to Veilguard and doing so well is going to prime some of these fucking questions. And if, all these people complain endlessly, day after fucking day, that games journalists don't do any fucking research, that they don't play games, that they're all in the fucking pocket of games companies. And the one time, it seems like, probably not the one time, but the minute an article comes out with a fucking title they don't like, none of them fucking read the article. It's just infuriating. I can't stand the level of fucking blatant hypocrisy. And the problem is, I know that some of the people tweeting about this are better than this because I have seen their content. Brian Isaacs with a 5. Do you remember the heavy pink palette in 2019 releasing? Yes! Oh, fucking, do you guys remember Rage? Do you guys remember Rage? Where the fuck is this game? Hold on a second. Where the fuck is Rage? Rage. Who made this? Was it... Oh, fuck. Was it Rage? So, okay. Yeah, it was this. Give me a second. It was Rage. This game looks awesome. But if you go down here, you got this, pinkness to it. And all the fucking mission, indicators were, bright and colourful. It was a complete juxtaposition to how that game was, presented. And again, I bought Rage. I managed to make it, oh god, an hour into it. I just gave up. I didn't even bother refunding it because I got it on sale. I was just I'm just bored. I was bored. It was awful. We're living in a fucking dystopia. Okay, so we all agree with this paragraph, right? We all agree that I am correct, that this paragraph is fine, and this paragraph is broadly correct. Okay? As BioWare remade Dragon Age into baby's first RPG, where is the sweeping? Where's the sweeping? Lorien was stepping in with a crunchier take on the studio's approach to design. Anyone who was disappointed to hear Veilguard had simplified too far could always just start a new Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, but Monster Hunter is basically the only game of its kind in town. The devs behind Dauntless, an indie competitor, which again, you've got a direct comparison to Monster Hunter. I've played Dauntless, by the way. Dauntless was not good. I understand why it failed. Announced that the game would shut down this May, just a month before Wilds came out. If Monster Hunter is your favorite flavor, 90% Monster Hunter is better than no Monster Hunter at all. Making a game more approachable isn't a one-size-fits-all tactic. It worked for Monster Hunter because it had enough depth and market share to afford the streamlining. Dragon Age didn't, and cutting too close to the bone may have killed the series. Where is the sweeping? Where is the defense of wokeism? Is it because you're not blaming it entirely? I mean, again, the fact that you're saying that the roleplay's bad and this was overly streamlined and it was overly linear, these are all criticisms. These are all criticisms that I've heard from people who are attacking Veilguard. In some cases, these are criticisms who I would put money on the fact that, in fact, we're gonna watch one of the person's criticisms of Veilguard. I believe they include these criticisms. What's the issue with the fucking article? So we're gonna start with the person I like, okay? We're going to start with this person. Q-Hood with 5. You know, I think it's fantastic that you're making better takes on this than the entirety of the gaming community. Fuck everybody. Okay, this is Sophia. I have followed Sophia for a decent amount of time. I'm on the Cope and Seethe channel, so I'm not like followed to it now. But I follow her on my main. And generally speaking, I have found their takes on the gaming industry to be pretty fucking solid, particular around woke or DEI stuff. Generally, like they're actually pretty good. So I was very surprised to see this. Did you read the article? Well, I'll tell you who didn't. In fact, we're going to go to my tweets. We're going to go to my tweets because I've already got like some of this prepared. Okay. Yes, I am petty enough to quote tweet myself to promote a stream. Yes, I am petty enough to do that. The article is a pretty interesting comparison of two niche games that have tried to reach a more mainstream audience in the last 6 months. Failed to see the issue with that, or are we pretending Veilguard would have been perfect if not for the they, them, Mary Sue? I hadn't read the comments on this at the time, but the minute I did, what did I find? Your Torch Gaming's Monster Hunter Wild is not failing like Dragon Age, the Veilguard did, because it didn't push players to establish a transgender identity to unlock new dialogue options, and it didn't feature this abomination. This character is fucking god-awful. This is probably one of the worst characters ever put as a secondary cast member in a game, or I guess primary cast member in a game. They're up there. But if you removed this character from Dragon Age the Veilguard, Dragon Age the Veilguard would still be a fucking shit game, you hack retard. Can we have some, like, self-reflection? I wonder who this guy is. I wonder what sort of person he is. Lifelong gamer, fandom pulse contributor, game dev, helping you become the conservative creator you want to become. Let's reclaim gaming together. Fucking great. We're bringing back Gamergate again. Can't fucking wait. Can't wait. Is this, listen, I hate this shit. I regret ever supporting this fucking movement in the early 2000s, in the like early 2010s. I regret everything. I take it back. It wasn't worth it. We should have let the feminists fucking have it. Because now the rightoids are trying to reclaim it, and they're just as fucking bad. Can we just make games? Can we just make games? Is that okay? Can we just make games rather than fucking Razor Fist doing all this weird shit and, like, trying to cash in on the, like, hyper pseudo-Christian bullshit as well? Cryohazard with the 2 just popped in. What happened? I got angry at Twitter. Dragon Age has fundamental design issues, yes, that go far beyond a they-them trans insert character. And that's what that character is, by the way. One of the reasons they're bad is not just because they're trans, it's because they're in self-insert character. I defy you. I defy you to find a self-insert character who's like a main character who's not fucking shit. Do you know the only good self-insert characters? It's when it's like I think Lauren Faust did this. They put like a character in that was basically just like a cameo. That's fine. This shit, it's like it's Linkara level shit with the fucking they them bull woman. It's obviously going to be bad, but it's not the only issue with the game. Remember when we used to call this studio interference and shit on EA endlessly for real reasons why games sucked? Yeah, it just apparently didn't fucking work. And now we're stuck here in hell. People like the fucking quartering talking to us. I don't know if it was worth it. The people bitching about this, on Twitter half probably didn't even buy Veilguard. No, of course they didn't. Not they got any sense. Artemis with the 5. Gamergate 3, here we go again. I don't believe Razor tried to pretend the satanic... I believe Razor tried to pretend the satanic panic didn't happen. Yeah, I don't know what's up with him. I've watched Razor Fist for a long time. I don't know what the fuck's going on with him at the moment. It's sad to see. Anyway, fuck this guy. But where were we? Oh yeah, okay. So I took some screenshots and was like, again, hot take, the reason games journalism's so trash is because game journalists know no one actually reads anything they write. And like, just look at these comments. The clickbait is so impressive. I'm kind of enjoying the spike in blood pressure it made me feel. Straight up activated my fight or flight. Why? Why is that? How is this title clickbait? Why isn't Monster Hunter Wilds flopping like Dragon Age the Veilguard? Because I'll tell you why. These people have all inserted their rationale. Oh, well, actually, the article's going to say that it should be flopping. Why is it succeeding? Well, we have to justify it. And you read the article, and you find out that the author of the article explains the reason it's not flopping is because it's a good game. Because they made it accessible in a way where it kept the series identity. And wrote an article that is just fundamentally correct. Where's this fucking comment? Okay, the headline is crazy. There are so many ways the development cycles were different. Wilds wasn't horrendously delayed. It didn't shift focus midway to it generally stayed true to its roots. I mean, plenty of reasons, really. Yeah, many of the reasons you've just said are listed in the fucking article. I'm gonna lose my mind. Imagine writing a fucking sassy ass comment. Writing a sassy ass comment about a fucking article you haven't even read and agreeing with the article that you're trying to take the piss out of. You fucking kill yourself. Gaia with a 5. I really do miss it when gaming's biggest problem was loot boxes and microtransaction. Everyone has just retarded. It's not just the publisher. I fucked myself up there because I read it. I was like, I know you meant retarded, and I'm just trying to read restarted. Fucking YouTube. We need a better way to do this. We need a better way to say slurs in my chat, okay? It's almost if the game's success is based on what gamers actually want to play and not crap them devs want to make. Yeah, the article agrees with you. I wish it did. Unfortunately, the stripped down version of a once great franchise appeals to the lowest common denominator of the masses. Yeah, the article agrees with you. I mean, it's more positive than you are, but it agrees with you. Where's the other one? It's one at the bottom. The 6 Veilguard players still left are mad, lol. No, they're not. They're not even fucking mentioned, because you've just assumed that the article sweeps. I am so annoyed about this. It is fucking, I know it's irrational. I know these are random. Listen, some of these people probably don't even exist. I'm probably fighting with literal Twitter ghosts. But it just makes me so fucking angry. Just read the fucking article. How difficult is that? Is that hard for you? Are you like fucking blind and retarded? Can you read? Can you do anything? Please? Please? I'm please? Fuck. Okay. You just say exceptional individual. Well, I can say retarded, it's fine. I just need something for you guys to say. Oh. Oh my god, how many of these people are potentially AI? Well, the problem is it's Sophia's chat, and I imagine many of them are real. I think I know why. Well, if you read the article, I imagine I imagine you'd agree with it. It ain't flopping when the game sold 8 million in 3 days. Yes, the article agrees with you. Yes, I am going to sit here and read these people's comments saying, yes, the article agrees with you over and over again. Because I had to do this in bed and get the fuck up and start a stream in a fucking panicked rage. So I'm going to make you guys suffer as well. Beckett, Becky, Twitter people can't read. Also made you art. Oh, you made me art? Let's go. Let's fucking go. What's this about making me art? There's been so much good art recently. Right, that's fucking adorable. Let's hold on. Let me save that. I can't use that as an avatar. It's really good though. I can't use that as an avatar. Artemis, after being humbled by a college English class placement test, more people should take them so they can relearn how to read. Keywords with the 2. Oh boy, don't look into a guy called Andy Pants. True. True. Hydra Dancer, please, someone draw Beckett fighting ghosts. Oh. Well, again, I really hate to compare Dragon Age Valkyrie to Baldur's Gate 3. BioWare's long-awaiting return to single-player RPGs is going for something completely different from Lopus, and that's okay. It's an action game. The Veilguard is a success. The games are aiming... This isn't even from the same fucking article! If it's from the same author, let me know! But that's not... You have gone and found a different article to post... You've gone to the effort, you fucking asshole, of finding another previous article praising Dragon Age and posting that as a picture. You could have just read the fucking article. Waifu with the 5. What would you say is worse, the lazy grifter accounts or the real people that believe them? I mean, I don't trust anyone on Twitter. Do you know the only person I trust for my takes? The only person I trust for my takes these days? Fuck it. On gaming, harmful opinions. It's probably actually harmful. I'd actually probably just harmful. Fuck it. Everyone else I know either is just like a casual gamer or they're like a complete autist and they play like, I don't know, what was that thing? What was Bobax always playing? Pikmin? Or Donkey Kong? Or fucking Sonic? I can't trust Sonic players on fucking game takes. Oh, fuck. Oh. Harmful Opinions is under attack. Wait, what? Did you make the fucking Hooters art, Nicandros? Or Factoria, yeah. You ever play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate? I played a little bit of it, yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. But they assure us Veilguard was not a flop and mocked us for saying it was. Okay, well, now they're saying it flopped. Oh, fuck. They done striked his newest video on Lolicons? Fuck, that's ridiculous. Okay. Dude, if he tweets something out, can you send it to me? And, like, if he tweets something, can you let me know? And we'll boost it and I'll put it in the chat and things and try and... That's fucking ridiculous. I refuse to believe this is real. It is, and if you read the fucking article, or Googled it for 5 seconds, you'd know. With a passive-aggressive title like that, you'd think they'd wanted it to fail. Well, I don't see what's passive-aggressive about it. I think it's a good article, and if you'd read it, rather than just looking... This whole thing about not judging a book by its cover, do you remember this? It's like, you know, we know that titles are clickbait, so we shouldn't, like, judge things based on the title. I think he's too autistic to do the Team YouTube thing. Tell him to do the Team YouTube thing. Holy fuck. Actually, maybe not. I don't know how much she wants YouTube to look at his channel. Fuck, I don't know. Beckett says he got annoyed at Twitter today, but when George Floyd was trending on Twitter but not when George Floyd was trending back on Twitter in 2020. No, I don't, you know. I was annoyed at the Chaz. That's about as far as I got. Okay. Okay. Because the gameplay is actually good and it rewards people who have their minds turned on. Yeah, the article agrees with you. The article just agrees with people. It just agrees with them. I hate this so much. Right, let's look at the other one. Let's look at this one. I wonder if this one has any reasonable takes from people who've read the article. Shall we find out? Considering the performance, I'm asking myself the same. After doing the benchmark, I didn't even buy it because I didn't know I could get consistent 60 plus FPS with different frame time and input. Playing World on PC release was already a pain, honestly. That's fair enough. Also didn't read the article, because that's mentioned in the article. Actman has a good breakdown of why Veilguard failed, and he even mentioned the heavy-handed cultural messaging they shoehorned into the game. There were many things wrong with Veilguard, not just DEU-related stuff. Fantastic! A star! In fact, I like your comment. Well done. Any of you, anyone who comments on this and isn't a complete fucking mouth-breathing retard gets a like. Games journalists fucking kill me. Games journalists seem to be on a mission to outclown themselves every day, barreling towards their inevitable shutdowns. I mean, I don't disagree with you. It's got nothing to do with what's in the article, which is the sort of article you'd probably want out of the gaming journalism industry. Truly puzzling. I'm sorry, are you claiming that... Are you claiming that Monster Hunter Wilds did well because woman is hot? Is that the claim? Do you know why Gemma is a good character? Because she's youthful. She's useful. That's why she's a good character. She's useful. When you find her out in the field, her hunting device thing is good. It traps monsters well. It trap monster good. She useful. She useful character, okay? I would still like Gemma if she was a dude, okay? She useful. She make me think she useful. Every game has its issues. People forget they're supposed to be fun at the end of the day. True, Metalman. Thank you for the 5. And with that, you have hit the goal. You've hit the goal. Well done. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. See, you're making me feel better already, guys. You're making me feel better already. I am super proud of you. Super proud of you. Super proud streamer right now. I don't have anything to put fucking child screen. Fuck. Window display. I need a new window display. Window capture. That's a very loud noise. Oh, fuck me. Instantly comes up with that. Super helpful. Thanks. Thanks. That's great. Hey, if you want to add something right in the middle of when you're streaming, what? Just throw it on screen instantly. Don't worry about it. We got you, buddy. It's so dumb. So fucking dumb. Oh, fuck. I hate OBS. It's so useful. Useful? Useless. Fuck this shit. Okay. Put you there. And we'll put you just down below me. There we go. Well done. And I'll set a new goal. Oh, fuck. There we go. Okay. Back to whatever the fuck we were doing. Oh, okay. Veilguard was a single Palico away from becoming a 10 out of 10 for real. So true. Oh, okay. Because it isn't woke and gay and doesn't suck. And Gemma, of course. Look, I know that the horny gamer thing is like a fucking meme, but you guys actually need some fucking help, okay? Like, this is a little weird. You're an adult, right? This looks like the account of an adult. Let's see what it says. What is this? Fighting the gaming culture war against woke and DEI agendas. Subscribe to join the fight. Let's hit 70k. Pound emote on Twitch. Business none of yours. This dude's a fucking YouTuber. This dude's a fucking YouTuber. Oh, fucking... Okay. Right, we're going on a tangent.
What's up, everybody? It's Jay Viper here, and I want to talk about Concord and a...
Oh, do you? Do you want to talk about Concord, J Viper? Who the fuck is J Viper? Am I meant to know who this is? I have literally no idea who the fuck this guy is. New Halo virtue signal just dropped. Monster Hunter Wild getting killed in reviews. What, you mean all the massively positive reviews for it? Avowed felted by Oblivion. Unhinged dice game. What the fuck is this? Lego isn't gay? What? Oh my god, what is this? What? Okay, hold on. Let's have a look at this.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Jay Viper here, and I'm going to be talking about the Gamergate situation.
Dear Maloney Mac, end Gamergate. End Gamergate. Really, J Viper? End Gamergate, J Viper, you say? End Gamergate, J Viper. I refuse to believe these people are fucking real. Or absolute fucking retards. These childs are made in a factory somewhere. Holy fuck, bro. I fucking can't. No, okay. Let's be fair. Listen, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe I'm being unfair, chat. Hold on, this says 2.4k views. What the fuck? Wait, what? Hold on. This is a month ago. This guy has 60k
What's
subs.
up, everybody?
How many views is he getting? What the fuck? How does he have 60k subs? Oh, he used to be big. He used to make things that people gave a shit about, like 16 years ago. Dude, maybe it's time to put the fries in the bag. J Viper, huh? I thought he was dead. Neat. Okay, Rice. Bro. 701 views. More people are gonna watch this stream than J Viper's fucking videos. Hey, J Viper, if you see this, you're welcome. You're welcome for the exposure, buddy. This man looks like a thumb. He tried to clickbait off the Mel Mac drama to make a comeback. Isn't she the one who was like, oh, Goonagate's like, people are gooning in video games, but lollipop chainsaws actually fine or some shit?
Again, but you know what? I kind of want to just directly address Melanie.
Now that I know that this dude is like an kind of like a fucking dead channel YouTuber, do you think he's like sold everything in his house? Like he's just living in this one room. All he has is this, like, he has a futon, he has this little mic set up. He's just like desperately stood there being like, listen, I just need one video. I need one video to kick off so I can buy like some fucking ramen. Bro. Those eyes are a husk. Dude, this is fucking brutal.
Mac, as if I'm speaking to her, even though she's not going to watch this probably, but at the same time, like, it's there where, like, you know, I expect more from her, I guess, and it's like, I just want to shake her, you know, like, just wake up kind of situation, like, snap out of it, please. Yeah, so anyway, let's get to it. Right after you like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
No fucking shot is that his intro sound.
Like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. All right, so
what the fuck is that? Am I like on acid? What is going on? He's living in liminal space back here. Over 2K.
Like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. All right.
Bro, it's time to stop. It's time to fucking stop. Dude, give up. Please. You know you can retire, right? Okay. Hold on, listen. Maybe I'm being unfair to this aging loser.
So, Melanie, like, I actually really like your content. I think it's great. But, you know, you've hit this moment where I feel like you're going down the wrong tracks. And I know, like, you're like religious and all that. It's understandable how you feel in a way, but at the same time, I feel like the way you're sliding right now.
Wow, can't imagine why this content isn't doing better. I can't understand why this hasn't hit the algorithm running. Jesus Christ! Please parody that for your videos, Beckett. Thanks, Kai. No. Listen, if anybody wants to write me a theme tune, not using AI, go for it. I'll play it. Actually, no, I won't. No, I won't. I won't promise you that. Depends what it is. Fuck. This guy or Wick TV? I'd take Wick TV over this guy. Wick TV at least has a soul left somewhere. Wick's been getting better, actually. I think finally leaving PV has made him like a better human being somehow. He's done a couple of things that have been funny recently. I've got hope that he'll make a comeback.
Now, you're telling other people how to think, and at the same time, you're calling them perverts. So with the original video that came out, right, where that drove this whole situation, I guess Dred Roberts had quote tweeted something from Pirate Nation, and then it went from there. And you know as well as I do that that was really just an emote where someone put clothes on a character and then put the camera down like this. Like, it isn't the intent of the game. Maybe it is part of the intent of the game. Maybe that sort of thing is in games, but that is something that someone literally has to do, right? Like, that's not how the game is made. I don't see how we go from the direct descendant having skins in a game and an emote, and then someone being able to free cam it around to where we are today. But this...
I'm sorry, I'm literally just sat here with my mouth agape watching this guy explain how fucking camera angles in a game work. Hey, Melanie Mac, I know you don't understand this, but actually you can use the you use the right thumbstick to like move the camera around. That's how that was made. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Well, I know why you didn't read the article, fucking J Viper, you're retarded. I fucking... This bro is cooked. Oh my god. This is fucking... Oh, this is dire. This is actually just fucking dire. I'm just pulling a retarded homeless man. It's mansplaining camera movement. I fucking hate the whole mansplaining thing, but if anything could ever be defined as mansplaining, it is literally this. Listen, love. Listen, listen up, sweetheart. Listen up, darling. Darling, let me explain a little bit of how computer games work to you. You know, video games. Video games, darling. I know you like talking about these are three-dimensional models. They actually come from a video game. We call them video games. Oh fuck!
Is where we are, unfortunately.
It's like mundane Matt got a fucking liposuction. Oh fuck! I'd take gamers' advice from fucking Wings of Redemption over this motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Potato with the two. Maybe Jay could afford eggs if he could read. Fucking hell. Mind if I tag you in a tweet? Reply real quick. I found something to make people hate the blonde girl. Lol. Yeah, sure. You can listen. People can always tag me. I may not always respond, but I have no problem with people tagging me on things on Twitter. That's absolutely fine. Or messaging me or whatever. I really don't care, guys. I just have OBS. I'm really pretty accessible. It's a woman, Becky. He has to. So true. The best part is him saying, I don't know if this is intended in the game. If it wasn't intended, it wouldn't be possible. It's just... I hate this shit. Advice from this guy or DSP? DSP. At least DSP would be vaguely entertaining while he fucking explains something to me. It would be wrong. It would be vastly incorrect. But at least it would be entertaining. Listen, I have to do all the heavy lifting on my side as a streamer because Jay is like, fucking, it's insane, but like, he's just a crazy old man trying to like explain gaming. Now, Jarbo was smarter, he retired. The smartest thing Jarbo did was kind of stay retired, right? You may check your notifications, give me a sec. Um. Oh fuck! No, I saw this. I saw this. I can't show this on stream. So somebody's modded fucking Gemma as the one of the apes, and like, yeah, I fucking damn. The modding community is like broken. What's wrong with you guys? Oh Christ. Do you stream at like crazy bitrate because your only stream crashes my Firefox tabs? I don't know. I stream at a pretty reasonable, normal bitrate. I think. I think. Is it really that bad? I didn't think it is. Oh fuck. I'm watching. Okay, some other shit happened tonight with Burn the World, and now everyone's asking Burn why he hates me. Where the fuck is this? I'll show you this quickly. Fuck. Hold on. We'll actually do this a different way. We'll do this a different way. Where the fuck is this? Notifications. Notifications. You've reminded me now. You've reminded me that this exists. Himpleton is trying to fucking victory lap. We'll take a brief reprieve for 2 seconds. Himpleton argued with Burn the World earlier, and he tweeted out, "The absolute malice, the hatred, when Burn the World finally did call into Beckett's stream. I mean, you're going to have to see this to believe it. Just remember, Burn is the most authentic, persecuted, disrespected guy ever." And this is Himpleton saying, "Then indulge me, what's the plan? I don't do commentary gay shit on my channel anymore. That's for this podcast, Wall Bangers and Wall Smashers. If I were to, Beckett would be my first drama stream back. I actually hate him to an astonishing degree." Listen, I think this is very funny shit talking, but I want to be clear. I don't hate Burn. Burn showed up. Burn showed up. He talked to me. I'm fine with Burn. I really don't mind Burn at all. And I don't mind people shit talking in the DMs. We all do it. I think that's based. Fucking, I listen. I wish people were just more honest about it. That's all. But somebody asked me why the fuck did Burn win? I don't think anyone won that fucking debate earlier. It was a fucking horror show. Did you download it before it got privated? No, I didn't. But somebody probably did. So I'm sure. Like, listen, worst case scenario, Flatley would probably cut me a VOD, or he'd cut now recording a VOD anyway. But like the main thing is I just want people to show up. My whole thing is I want people to show up. Fucking actually, I'll show you something else. I'll be really petty. I'll be really petty today. Where is this? Someone sent this to me. And I wanna share it with you. I want to share it with you guys, okay? That's what we're gonna do. Oh, super petty. When talking about the Toastify drama today on Chud Logic's channel, Leia something. Somebody fucking clipped this and sent it to me because I wasn't watching Chud's stream. So I was off playing Monster Hunter, okay? Someone sent this. So I think Toastify covers ACC topics and they're super soy over there. I think the ACC people would care. I streamed this to ACC people. No one gave a fuck. I have not seen anybody at all called Doc a pedophile. Nobody's done this. The fuck is anyone talking about? But yeah, my issue with people like Leia Something and Maggot is they chat shit, but they never show up. That's my whole issue. That's it. And I'm going to continue being petty about it. And this one is just funny because Leia Something's... The reason Leia Something's channel was in any way successful... Hold on, fuck it. The whole reason Leia Something's channel was fucking successful... Where is this? Was fucking ACC stuff. What are you talking about? That has not even 500 views. This has 4,000 views. Like, you've got Kai's allegations there. You've got, like, a ton of fucking ACC stuff, Leia. What are you talking about? Why are you calling your own audience soy? That's super soy over there. Fuck. Toastify doesn't even really cover ACC stuff. He's just starting to. This is so bizarre. Speaking of dead channels. Brutal. Oh, fuck. Okay. Listen, I'm in a very petty mood today. Right, let's go back to watching J Viper's failing career. This is fucking great. Listen, this is a fucking banging topic for like, it's like 8 in the morning. I'm gonna kill myself. Oh my god.
But I think calling people perverts that don't mind that stuff in games or like that stuff in games, I think that's the wrong thing, because once you did that, then you said that you need to get the perverts out of gaming. I'm sorry, not you, but we need to get the perverts out of gaming. And that sends a bad message, because now you're saying you people who like this in games, or you people who don't mind it in games, you people who want this in games are now listed as perverts. And, you know, me.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think J Viper's a pervert. Listen, I think the fact that you're just like, yeah, ooh, it's got Gemma in it. It's got that Gemma lass in it. Wouldn't have to explain to her how to use a thumbstick, if you know what I mean. Bro, put the fries in the bag. Come on, it's fucking over. It's fucking Jova. Oh, fuck. Okay, anyway, right, okay. Maybe we'll come back to J Viper in a bit. In fact, that's got me thinking. Does this... Where is he? Where's this fucking... What is this? Lol, what? They didn't learn anything? Rolling eyes? That's a fucking... Maybe I agree with Melanie Mack. They don't understand that the anti-woke Gamergate 2 movement is just getting started. You're fucking cringe. The average gamer thinks this is stupid. Based. This person is based. Let's see what the comments are reply. I'm not sure what you think your atypical average gamer is, but it definitely isn't the unstable guy with 19 flags in his profile. We made Trump win again? We made Trump win again? No. No. That's fucking ridiculous. Fuck, I need to do this on my other account. I need to do this on the Becca account. I can't start doing this on the fucking Cope and Seethe account. I'm doing it endlessly. Hold on, let me switch accounts. Oh, fuck me. Are you gonna switch? Let me switch. Let me switch! Why wouldn't you let me switch? Fuck you. Okay, there we go. Hold on, fuck. I don't. I'm so broken. I'm so broken. Fuck it, I fucking hate this shit. I hate this shit so much. Okay. It's also gay. Oh, fucking kill me. Okay, where were we? Oh, fucking hell. And two. This is the email link to your OnlyFans. Fuck. Thank you for the two. Thank you for the two. I'm so broken. Oh my god. Get the Gorn Magdala armor set for the cat plus the weapon. He'll look like the evil chaos from Sonic Adventure. Oh my god. I'd totally start an OnlyFans to do like cooking or something. That would be great. I like something subversive. Give me money for shit content. Because Veilguard was peak DEI politics, trash, and Monster Hunter Wilds actually featured attractive characters and fun gameplay elements. Well, that bit's true. I mean, I don't... Fuck, was Melanie Mac right? Is Razor Fist right? This is weird, right? Like, I've never thought to myself, wow, I'm so glad that this game has attractive women in it, because it's not like I can just go on the internet and just search for pornography. Are you guys like, are these guys like so horny that they can't like go like 5 fucking minutes? Are you that lonely? Is there nothing else in your fucking life? Oh my god. Okay, right. Does this guy have a YouTube or anything? I'm kind of curious. Yes, he does. With 91 subscribers. Bro, how do you have more followers on Twitter than fucking J Viper? And 91 subscribers on YouTube. No, he does. Look, this is his YouTube channel. 5 months ago. Did you just get no views and then he gave up and just started posting on Twitter? I think it's bad to say that the aesthetics are better than they are better. They say attractive because they find gay and trans people hideous. I think they just make ugly characters. Yeah, I mean, like the fucking what is it? The new hero that's been shown in all the Fable. Fuck. The new. Fuck. The new hero that's been shown in all the Fable trailers looks fucking ridiculous, and like the character from what is it? Horizon Zero Dawn looks pretty fucking hideous as well. Right, okay. Star Wars Outlaws keeps failing, this time on Steam. Let's have a look. Does they have anything that's interesting? They're like Let's Plays. My comments on Unitoft's internal investigation. Have a look at that, maybe. Let's do that. That's like topical, and I'm sure he's very interested.
Hello everyone, George Latorche here. This whole video is an experiment. I've been willing to record myself talking about games and the state of the video game industry right now. And I thought that now that I have a YouTube channel and many of you have been extremely kind with your comments and feedback, I thought about doing.
Yep. Many people are like thinking he's doing the Trump thing. Many people. That's it. Can't imagine why your videos didn't do very well, buddy. Have you tried being, I don't know, vaguely entertaining in some way? No, okay, listen. We're only 30 seconds in and I already want to kill myself, but let's give him a chance.
Doing this. Just wanted to distill my thoughts into a video. And there's one particular topic that I wanted to discuss with you, which is what's going on at Ubisoft. Stay tuned and watch the entire video, because by the end of it, I'll be giving you a set of Ubisoft games that I think you should play. So what's going on with Ubisoft? Perhaps you have read the news. It has been all over X. I mention X because that's where I started my main account. And I know that many of you will be coming from X to watch this video. So
I mean, he's not wrong. That is what I did. But it seems like you weren't confident enough to put this in your Twitter bio. I can't imagine why. What happened? What happened, Your Torch Games? Is there no live? There's no lives or anything?
Ubisoft, particularly Ubisoft CEO, recently shared an announcement in which Ubisoft, they sent this report where they will be
So fucking bad. Oh my god, it's fucking abysmal.
be updating their financial targets for fiscal year 2024-25. And there is one particular thing that I want to discuss with you, which are
the failure of your YouTube channel. Like, oh my god, it's like, look, I've got 8,000 followers on Twitter who love clicking on my tweets. You know what, people who like clicking on a single tweet that takes 30 seconds, if that, maybe 5 seconds to read. You know what those people will enjoy? A 20-minute slow, boring video of me reading an internal memo from Ubisoft. That's what those people want. That's what my target demographic is looking for. Why is he putting emphasis on certain words? He's carefully considering stuff. I beat death. Give him some. I don't know why you guys are being so mean to this guy. I don't know why you're being so mean, chat. God, give him some charity.
Yves Guillemot words on the entire situation. Now, before doing this, I just want to talk a little bit about Ubisoft in general. Ubisoft is one of the most influential game companies in the entire game industry, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. They have an incredible legacy of games. They have fantastic franchises and IPs. They have Prince of Persia. They have Assassin's Creed. They have Tom Clancy. They started diving into Star Wars. Now, something interesting about Star Wars is that Ubisoft is no stranger to Star Wars. If I'm not mistaken, they published Star Wars games for the Game Boy back in the days.
Hold on, someone's just apparently found a picture of what this guy looks like. I'm not going to show this on stream because I don't know where this fucking picture's come from. And I don't want to post people's faces if they're not public about them or whatever. I'm not going to do that. What I will do is describe it. I will describe his face to you in, like, derogatory terms. Why are we getting this? Listen, we're almost done with fucking Your Torch. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, what? Oh, he does post his picture. He does post his face. Okay. Okay. Based. Okay. Okay. No, he's fair game. I tell a lie. He's fair game. Listen, we're going to stop listening to this because it's fucking boring. I'm bored of you. Oh fuck. Okay. Apparently my Discord is very based. Does he listen? Does he look like the Avatar? No, he does not. He looks nothing like. I'll remind you. I'll show you what. Listen. Look at this Avatar. Look at that fine-looking Avatar. Okay. Look at that. That's an Avatar that's kind of like, it's got a nice GTA feel to it. It's got a cool hairstyle. The glasses. You know, the general look. That's a man. That's a man who knows his gaming, right? That's a man's man. A man who can, like, not just grow a beard, but can choose the length of his beard where he knows it's good. Okay? He knows it's solid. So, let's meet this absolute fucking legend. Liberal gamers only. This time, I won't... Apparently I can't fucking talk. I'm fucking like dying. We're hitting the I've been awake for 24 hours mark, okay? Bear with me. This time, I won't refer to you with any derisive term. Oh. I just want you to know who I am and what I believe in, because it seems you're really interested in how I look and what I do to feed my family. I'm Yorch Garcia, a gamer who loves all things related to American history, Western civilization, and Christianity. Do you know, we really used to bully people like this more. Listen, I've got a theology degree. People have made fun of me for that. When did this whole, oh fucking, yes, I love Western civilization and Christianity thing. Listen, I love Western civilization. I love history. History's great. I wish some of you motherfuckers would read some of it. Nick Andros, not even white. Let's be fair, Americans wouldn't know real racism if it hit them in the face. You want to know real racism? Come to Europe. We just do it better than the rest of you, okay? And we invented it. America's a cheap imitation. Okay. I'm a software developer, but I also want to grow my online... Listen, actually, let's be honest. I live in Britain, a country that could, like, our politicians, Trump has to say all kinds of goofy shit to come across as racist. Our politicians have the unique ability to pronounce the word black with a hard R. No other country on the planet can do that, okay? We are better at being racist than any of you guys. I don't want to hear any of this, oh, well, no, we need to push back on the DEA stuff. Dude, if you go to most British people and tell them about racism, they'll laugh at you because, like, it's seen as a ridiculous concept here. That's how racist we are. Colonization, we did it the best, okay? And we'll do it again too, okay? We'll do it again. We'll do it right. If any of these fucking people watch this video, they're going to be so confused. They're going to be like, this liberal soy cuck Beckett on Cope and Seethe was taking the piss out of us. Then they'll get to this part of the video and wait, he's calling himself racist and saying that colonization was based? They're literally not going to know what side of the island. They're going to fucking explode. Apparently he has a chat through of soy lefties. When was the last time you had a lynching in the UK? Like official lynching or like the stuff that happens on a Saturday night? Do you even have a local KKK chapter? Nah, racists are out in public, mate. They don't need hoods. We don't hide them away like you do. Haven't you heard Sargon of Akkad? Haven't you heard Sargon of Akkad? Nigel Farage is going to be the next Prime Minister. Absolute retard. I'll lose my mind. Anyway. I'm a software developer, but I also want to grow my online presence here to help fellow conservative creators. Dude, you're not a fucking creator. You can't even get, like, have you broken 1,000 views on it? You can't even break 500 views. You're not a fucking creator. Frankly, from what I can... listen, I've seen a picture of this dude. He's barely a fucking human being. I've never seen anybody look like the missing link more than this guy. Infamous with 2. If you want to insult Beckett, call him French. That's actually true. Please don't do that. Jesus Christ. That's fucking horrific. I did answer with a 2. Is all the UK sundown towns? Yes, but generally for everyone. The police come out and ask you if you have a license to be out late at night. Oh, okay. Oh. I know that you don't agree with most, if not all of my takes. That's fair and understandable. I also don't agree with your positions. You know which one. That's fair and understandable too. You already enjoy the support of thousands of game studios out there. We, conservatives, only have a couple. You do have the right to create any game that conforms to your worldview. We also have the right to create games that conform to ours. And that's okay. And here's one of my latest picks. Yes, I'm a husband married to a beautiful wife and father to a toddler who just turned 17 months old. The fuck? This is so gay. I think I preferred when you were calling people lib cucks and shit. This is actually worse. Like, look. Oh, God. Look, I was around for Gamergate. I argued with people. I lost friends. I lost friends over Gamergate. Diesel, he's Hispanic. He's Hispanic and a conservative. Does that ring any bells to you, Diesel? He's not even built. True. I lost friends during Gamergate. Okay? I was there. I took the fight to the feminists in the streets, in the universities, in the schools. I also accept that we kind of lost, unfortunately. Okay? This is just gay. No one cares. No one cares, bro. No one cares. Good evening, Morale. How you doing? Well, what did Morale post? Video games will never be the same after tonight. True. True. Fucking hell. Right. Where were we? So, yeah, this annoyed me. Oh, fucking... That's so gay. So gay. Okay, yes, of course, Gemma, but hear me out. Listen. Do you know what? Yeah. Solid point. Do you know how they did them? I don't know if this is true. I read this and I might have imagined it, so I might just be like gaslighting myself. My understanding is to do the meat graphics for this, they actually just cooked real meat and then just photographed it and filmed it, basically. That's why the meat in Wilds looks so good. I'm like, dude, that's fucking genius. Oh my god. Okay, solid. Fucking trash publication, didn't read the article, or intentionally written to invoke responses. I believe that is the case. You can't be that dense. They want publicity and reactions to make money. You didn't read the article either. Also, I mean... Yeah? Do you think... Okay, this is a monetized account, right? I can subscribe to it. Do you not think this person is also posting it because they're making money off it? This has 5k likes. Our Twitter payment came in recently, by the way, because the Cope and See the account is monetized on Twitter. Our payment came in. And I'm going to be honest with you. You know, all these comments about you can make so much money on Twitter with engagement and everything else. We've had some pretty significant engagement on Twitter. We made $7. We made $7 in the last fucking 12 months or whatever. Probably not that much. Probably around 6 months. In 6 months, we made $7 on Twitter. That's a fucking... I don't think that was worth it. Honestly. I don't think that was worth it. You fucking kidding. Elon? Elon, what did I do wrong? I thought you listen, we called out Ava Chris Tyson. We attacked a trans person. I thought you liked that sort of thing, Elon. Where's my money, Elon? Infamous with 2. Dude looks like he's on some uppers. The fuck is that? Arky with the 5. Late to the stream, happy to give a bit of a nuanced take as someone with a lot of experience. Happy to give a bit of a nuanced take as someone with a lot of experience at large publishers. Wait, as in, like, you've got a lot of experience at large publishers? I mean, my general thing is this. This article is, because I know you're coming in late and that's fine. This article's fine. I'm annoyed at the people raging about it. That, like, it's some sort of, like, fucking hit piece on Monster Hunter Wilds. It's not. It's a balanced, reasonable article that none of these fucking people read and have been freaking out about it on Twitter. Oh, look at the gaming. Look at the gamer. It's defending the woke. It wants Monster Hunter Wilds to fail. The article doesn't say that at all. None of you fucking read it. Absolutely fucking insane. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I do want to... actually... Let's have a look at Pirate Nation. So he's got a Discord. Oh, you can buy some coffee. Diesel would approve. There's no more. Do they not have a... I mean, you've got like 174k followers. Is there no... Gaming news, politics, emulation, shit posting, PC help. Anything else? Yeah, I've been working in games for 15 years. Damn, that's actually really interesting. Do you want to come talk about this? I'll tell you what. Listen, we're doing late night stuff. I'd be interested in that. Let me get you a Discord invite. Maybe we'll have a chat. Join the Discord. And what I'll do is I'll just give you some roles and then I'll message you. Give me 1 second. Members. I hate doing Discord stuff. I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it. Okay. I completely fucked that up. Normies. There we go. And then yo, okay. I'm just gonna call you. See if you answer. Do that. We'll do impromptu share, that'll be fine. The Russian cabal, true. Is this another one of those nights where Beckett goes 12 hours? Listen, we'll go until I'm not fucking angry anymore. Oh, they're in the waiting room. We'll do that then. That's even easier. Arky, can you hear
Hello.
me? Hello.
You hear me okay?
Yeah. Yeah. So, you have experience in the gaming industry.
Yes, I've worked in marketing for about, oh Lord, 15 years now.
Well, that's a significant amount of time. So like so obviously I'm going to take this on faith. I'm not going to like ask to validate and things. Can you give us like any examples of like games you've worked on?
Yeah, I worked on Call of Duty for a while. I worked on Destiny for a little bit, and then kind of moved off, and I'm working at. I don't want to talk about the current publisher I worked on. I currently work at, but it's yeah, I've been doing it for a while.
Oh wow, that's really cool. So
Yeah, I was in advertising for a long time, and then I moved client side.
so obviously I'm just raging over kind of Twitter journalism, I guess, because like
yeah.
My general take is this. It's like, this article's fine. I've read through it. It's fairly balanced. It's basically explaining that Monster Hunter... It's actually an interesting comparison. I'd throw in, like, the Armored Core game. These are games that have dumbed themselves down to an extent to appeal to a mass audience, and they've done really well, whereas Veilguard tried the same thing. BioWare's been trying that for a while now, and it didn't work. It failed massively. So I think that's an interesting comparison. And it's very interesting watching people.
It's a bit of a rough comparison. I don't like the idea that every large game has to be compared to each other.
Sure.
So I think I have honestly just an issue with the article itself, where we feel like every game has to be a war between there's like a straw, like every game needs to be competed against each other, because they are kind of in a little different genres, in my opinion. I mean, you're free to disagree. But
yeah, they're definitely different genres. I completely agree with that.
Yeah,
I'd say they're different genres, but the intentions are very similar, right? So the like trying to get this mainstream appeal, and I think it's an interesting question, because I look back on like, I'm a massive Soul Reaver fan and Legacy of Kain fan.
Oh yeah, I love Legacy of Kain series. I actually played all of them last year.
Nice.
I had the itch.
Yeah.
So,
I do the same thing.
Did you ever play the original Legacy of Kain?
Yeah. Blood Omen 1.
Now.
Yeah. I actually did a bit of a playthrough at one point on stream. It's because I played that when I was like a fucking kid. I remember getting it for Christmas. Because I really wanted a copy of it, because I was a big Soul Reaver fan. But interestingly, the game in that series, I think it was Dark Sun, that got cancelled.
Yeah, it did.
I
mean, there was a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of this, honestly, also comes down to publisher stability. Where not publisher stability, excuse me, but it comes down to, which nobody really talks about. It comes down to dev instability. Where and I think that when you look at
when you say dev instability, because I'd agree with like kind of like stability of publishers generally, where it's like the direction of a game, but when we're talking about like dev stability, you're talking about the fact that like people leave, or like whether, because like studios carry the name, but no one at BioWare is like an original 100%. BioWare.
It's a bit of a shit, like BioWare is a bit of a ship of Theseus situation at this point, I think, is the best way to describe it. If you look at kind of their output since the original founders left, it hasn't really met with what they currently have. So I think that there's, with a lot of studios, especially what I would consider legacy studios, you see an issue with like the identity was really solidified with like a core team, and when that core team leaves, it kind of disperses.
Well, yeah, I mean, the video game industry, much like I guess any kind of media, is almost dominated by its auteurs or like famous names. I mean, you look at like Looking Glass Studio, went on to make more interesting games. You look at like where Obsidian is now, people who worked on the Thief games or like the original Doom, all go on to have like sort of dramatic careers. Like again, like Amy Hennig, for like Soul Reaver series. You've got that kind of those names that matter.
And even with Amy, to be honest, like I think she's a great creative mind, but when you look at her past when she left Legacy of Kain, when they kind of leave that support structure that was really built up, sometimes their careers aren't as successful. I know we might be getting a little off topic, but I think that when sometimes like a lot of times when you have good studios, it's a bit of a lightning in a bottle almost. And then when people leave that situation, we look at Amy. She went to EA, which provides its own issues.
Well, she went to True, and she's had issues at Star Wars, but she did have success at Naughty Dog with things like the Uncharted
no, she did,
series.
and she did, and I think Naughty Dog was also set up. It was a pretty stable developer before she got there.
True. And I mean, this is the Daikatana situation. You need something stable around the creative mind. Otherwise, it's
which is interesting because that was two teams at Looking Glass, right? Where you saw one that was fairly stable and one that wasn't. Or even, I know you don't like Avowed. I disagree. I think that if you look at Fergus, after he, left Black Isle and then went through, I think he's done a very good job at Obsidian in kind of helping the culture there, and they've made some really interesting products, even if they're not necessarily your cup of tea. And I think that
I mean, what about the take that it's ugly? Because I think this is my major Avowed take. I think Avowed is ugly.
I kind of like more cartoony stuff sometimes. I feel like sometimes I don't think fantasy, and I'm a massive Warhammer guy, right? And I don't think fantasy necessarily always has to be dark. I think that as I've played through it, and I haven't finished it, by the way, so take it with a grain of salt, but I think that also, though, it is based on the Pillars of Eternity series, which, when you kind of look at what they did with Dreadfire, was definitely going through more of a sort of like, a bit more colorful, and I think that they're trying to kind of set themselves apart a little bit.
True, but that worked for isometric, and Dreadfire and the Pillars games are like pretty dark. I mean, the first Pillars game is like the color palette for it is.
I will say this:
dulled.
I think that a lot of people want Avowed to be a Skyrim kind of game, and it really isn't. Like Becca, because I remember hearing some of the things that you talked about a while ago about Avowed. I don't think it's your kind of game, to be honest, because it is very much more of a combat game. It's not as much of an RPG.
Yeah, I think I think I noticed that watching the gameplay reviews and watching like people fight a lot of bears, and I was like, and it's
there's a lot of bears in the beginning.
It's very combat arena-y, and I just thought
there's a lot of bear lore in Avowed. So
I think okay, so here's the thing with this article. I think regardless of what you think of it, or what you think of the comparison, and I think it's fine to say that that like comparing games is like a little bit unhelpful. I don't think I necessarily massively disagree with you. I think my core issue is still people see title and they just assume, well, it's a fucking gaming journalism article, so it must be defending Veilguard, and the article doesn't do that at all. All these people want to make the claim that they are, better than games journalists because they actually play the games, they do the research, but they'll just read the fucking clickbait title, come to their own conclusions, which, for a lot of these comments are basically agreeing with the article while attacking it. And I think that's just massively frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to something you've said in the past. I actually watch a lot of your stuff. Which is why I was comfortable just like calling it for the first time. But I think that the some of it comes down to you're not the right messenger for this, if that makes sense. Where I think that, and this is the problem that I think games media has just in general, which is that they tend to give like very glowing previews and kind of and Veilguard reviewed very well. And I think that part of it is that because games journalism tends to be very 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 positive in the beginning and then kind of turns to be reactionary. I think that people are dismissing it on face, and to be honest, I don't think a lot of these people have read the article.
I would agree
I
with you.
think and I think that and again, I have some problems with the article. That's probably a little bit more like not understanding exactly maybe some of the different parameters. I don't actually think a lot of the streamlining of Vilgar is necessarily the issue. I think a lot of it actually comes down to quest design and storyline, which isn't necessarily gameplay focused.
Well, I mean, okay, so I can see that argument, though I'd still say that's streamlining. Because, like, even if we'd say that it's bad streamlining, the intention is still the same. It was to make it. I mean, we know this from the design notes, right? Like, EA has been pushing BioWare to make something massively accessible for ages. It's what they tried to do with Andromeda. Because Andromeda started life with discussions of being a live access game, as did, I believe, Dragon Age 2 was like having those discussions around it. And they finally pushed that to Veilguard because they were like, well, live service games are what's popular. And it's only when they started seeing those fail that they relented and went, okay, make a single player game. But the framework was already in place. So, I mean, there are lots of problems with it. But I think that dumbing down.
And maybe in my opinion, I think that there's a difference between streamlining and dumbing down. And I think that when I read the article, I think that they're talking more about dumbing down compared to streamlining being the issue. And I'll give an example. XCOM, the Firaxis XCOM,
Mhm.
is which I think that we could agree kind of reignited tactics games.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a genre. Like, it was definitely a streamline from the original XCOM games.
Yeah, it was way more accessible. I tried playing the originals and I could not do
and
that.
I think that a lot of times at developers, streamlining does not necessarily mean dumbing down. You can still make meaningful choices, and it's just that maybe you make less choices, but those choices matter more. And I think that an issue with Veilguard that I had having played through it is it just felt like your choices didn't matter.
Yeah, but
And
I mean,
don't think
I'd argue that the article does say this. It's like it's superficial. It describes it as baby's first RPG. So it's like it's not exactly glowing in any way to Veilguard. I think
no,
in some ways,
it definitely isn't. I just think that I just think that, and let's be honest, games journalists tend to not be actual journalists. And so
True.
I think that it's a little sloppily worded, and there's issues with, again, it didn't actually link to the article. It just posted a tweet with the title, which is, I think that they were definitely just trying to farm Twitter engagement at that point.
Oh yeah,
We
yeah.
do have an issue right now with games media where, like, there's been a lot of layoffs and stuff. So I think that there's a lot of so I think that the even maybe compared to 10 years ago, I think that there's a lot of struggles there in terms of the quality of the output. But so I think that they didn't do themselves any favors in how they kind of presented the article to the public, in terms of just having like a very, obviously we know clickbait sells, but I think the title was probably a little bit more inflammatory. I would have probably said something like, this is why Monster Hunter is succeeding where Veilguard didn't, and not use a word like flopping or whatever. And so I think that a lot of people are reacting to the title more than the article itself. So that's kind of that's kind of where I put around. I think a lot of Twitter reactions just in general around games is kind of like crazy. And someone who's in it, I'm just like, you guys don't know anything.
Well, yeah, I mean,
how,
like
how stuff actually works.
I mean,
I'll say this. I'll say this in terms of like the conservative reaction to things, which is just like, oh, we need things to be this way and this way and this way. The fact of the matter is that a lot of times conservative, and this goes through with a lot of creative works, conservatives don't make those things. Like, you don't get a lot of conservatives moving into some of these spaces. And then when I think that, and this is coming as someone who's fairly conservative religious, I think that a lot of conservatives don't move into these spaces, and then they complain about how these things aren't made for them. And it's like, hey, well, none of you are making the effort to actually create products or like like work here. And so when you look at especially places where games are typically made, they're typically more liberal areas, so they're obviously going to have liberal bent. It's the same with movies and TV shows. And so I think that there needs to kind of be an understanding of, listen, if you want things to change, instead of just moaning on Twitter, maybe you should actually go create things.
Well, I think even with when you get sort of conservative creators trying to create things, I think the problem, and I say this about wokeism generally, where the issue isn't the political alignment. So like there's lots of really crap woke media, and I've compared it before to like sort of 1950s Red Scare America, where Hollywood started putting out basically communist propaganda. And it was bad because it was badly written. Because the heroes were all Mary Sue's, they were flawless. And this is what's happened with sort of like left-wing media. Whereas there are woke things that are good. I'd argue that the first 2 seasons, because I haven't seen any more than that, of the Harley Quinn cartoon are pretty good. The Lower Decks cartoon is good because it's a Star Trek show, whereas like Discovery is terrible, not because it's woke, but because it's not a Star Trek show. So it's bad for other reasons as well, but like the primary thing is people would have been kinder to Discovery if it wasn't a Star Trek show, because they removed everything about it that was Star Trek and then just slapped the fucking label on it. And there are plenty of like fairly woke messages within things, but you just have to balance them with some sort of like, I don't know, narrative construction where you allow people to kind of come to conclusions. If you just shove things down people's throats, they'll hate it. This happens with right-wing media as well. Like a lot of right-wing media, like very like heavy ham-fisted right-wing stuff is shit. Not because of the political messaging behind it, but because it's just badly written. And generally speaking, creative people, left or right, are good because they're creative people. I also think that the games industry seems to have a hiring problem where it brings in people on political alignments for the left who just aren't very talented.
I mean, that is a workforce problem that I think will it's going to maybe continue to exist for a while, where some developers look for fans, and when you hire fans, sometimes that provides some issues. But again, if you talk about like a lot of these developers typically just hire from where they're based, right? And so you tend to pull from the same group of people.
Well, look what happened with Mighty Number 9. Mighty Number 9, huge fanfare. Brought in the community manager who was the girlfriend of one of the devs, and she like fucking killed the community and tried to push changes into the game, some of which made it into the game. And they got blamed for a lot, and it seemed to be, fairly accurate. Not like totally their fault. The fucking, for some reason, the devs changed the entire art style, and it looked like shit. But yeah, I think again with Veilguard, I think it's a deeper problem than one bad character. I think Veilguard has so many layers of issues.
I think the issue with the character is it's easy to point to the worst thing in a game, which I would argue Tosh is the worst thing in the game because of the just because of it's a companion quest and stuff. But I was more pissed at Solus. And I
was about to disagree with you and actually just say that, and I was like, I disagree with you. I think the worst thing about the game is what happened with Solus. I think
100%. I wanted to kill him so bad, and they didn't give me the opportunity. In any meaningful way to like really like resolve that from Inquisition. But I think that the Twitter discourse and obviously like I try to keep out of the politics stuff as much as possible because it doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, it's brain rot.
And by the way, if you want to look at a story that's kind of like has political leanings done right, is look at I think Baldur's Gate does it. Metaphor, which recently came out, did some
Yeah.
good stuff on it, and I think that if the game is good, a lot of stuff gets swept under the rug.
Yeah,
right.
And I think Baldur's
But
Gate.
I think the issue with
See, like Baldur's Gate is a really interesting one. So I rarely talk about. I've seen a couple of people in the chat be like, "Wow, I didn't know Beckett had like based gaming takes," and clearly, I have a lot of gaming knowledge. This is an area that matters to me. But here's my hot take. I haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3 because I really love that studio, and I really love Divinity Original Sin 2, and Baldur's Gate 3 is not as good as Divinity Sin Original Sin 2. It's Divinity Original Sin 2. It's just not as good. Like,
that's
a
spicy take, my friend.
That is a spicy take. And I played through it, and
by the way, I agree with, because I'm not a big D&D person.
See, I am a big D&D person, and that's part of the problem as well. It was like I knew there was this hard level cap. I knew I'd never hit that higher echelons of power. I didn't like being like I tend to play Warlock in D&D. I picked a Warlock character, and I was like, well, I've got no interaction with my patron. That entire aspect is fucking missing for me. D&D is very hard to translate into a game effectively, and in a similar way to, I think I'm harsher to Discovery than I would be if it wasn't a Star Trek show. I feel harsher towards Baldur's Gate 3 than I would do if it wasn't a Baldur's Gate game. And Divinity is its own thing, and I get to be an undead lizard, and it's fun. It's just, it feels like its own thing in a way that Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't to me. So I love Baldur's Gate 3. I'm really like, I'd pay for it all over again. But it just wasn't, like, it didn't hit for me in the way that Original Sin 2 did. And I think so much of this comes down to taste. And people get really angry when those tastes are like challenged and everything else. But when I look at what's happened on both sides of like gaming journalism and gaming press, none of this is healthy. I can't imagine that studios... I don't blame studios for not listening to gamers in some respects, because none of this seems to translate into profits whatever they do, whether they follow trends or don't. It must seem like fucking random to them at times. Let's be fair. If Monster Hunter wasn't an established franchise, it would not be doing so well. Armored Core would not have done as well if it wasn't done off the back of not just the previous Armored Core games, but the previous Dark Souls games. And, that's what made FromSoft famous. FromSoft have been making games forever. But it's Dark Souls that propelled them. And people are pretending to some extent that there isn't a rose tinting around these studios and how we interact with them. In the same way everyone expected Outer Wilds to be incredible because Obsidian was making it. And it's not as good as New Vegas. It's just not. It's
nothing is as good as New Vegas, though. I think that's the problem. Is sometimes you hit peak.
Yeah.
And here's what I will say. If we want to take it a little different direction, I think a more interesting comparison to Veilguard would probably be Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Okay, I'll raise you one because I don't disagree necessarily, but I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Okay.
So I would say a more interesting comparison is Starfield. Because Starfield suffers with many of the same problems and fails for many of the same reasons.
And I would say that the reason why Starfield has issues, and it's the same reason why I think Veilguard has issues, is at the end of the day, you have a game that honestly was too long in development, that probably changed a good amount of hands, and has an identity crisis.
I I mean, it's quite clear that I always forget the lead writer's name at Bethesda. Is it Ian? He clearly wants to make a linear game. He just wants to make a linear game where you are forced down a path, and he is thrown into like a Bethesda open world.
Yeah,
and it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and I think that I couldn't get through Starfield. Like, there's too many things where, and I think that one thing that happens when you have a game in development too long is that you stop seeing it. You lose your outsider perspective to it.
well, I don't know if you can say that. Duke Nukem Forever is a classic. Absolute masterpiece, 10 out of 10.
Oh, that's
But yeah, like I don't think I disagree with you on that. I'll be honest. I think that's a pretty reasonable take.
and so I think that a lot of these things about simplification and dumbing down and stuff is a little bit of, it's more about games are in dev for too long, right? If I see a game that's in development for more than 5 years, I start to get worried.
Well, okay. Here's a question on the other side then. So
yeah,
we're talking about like so you proposed like development time. I don't disagree with you, but I do think like the conversation about dumbing down or like trying to reach particular audiences or mass appeal has a place in that conversation. And I think another comparison is Ubisoft generally with the new Assassin's Creed game, because
okay,
the Assassin's Creed Mirage, for example, was almost like, I've never heard anyone talk about Mirage. I've literally never heard anyone have a conversation about it. It's like it didn't exist. And that was a return to form. And it seems like with the game they're now bringing out, again, they're trying to simplify it back. They're making it less, what's a good way to put it? They're making it less historically relevant in some respects. And again, trying to appeal to a more mass audience. And some of that is like DEI stuff. But some of that's just, we want to appeal to like that as wide an audience as possible. And it's biting them in the ass. Because I think one of the core complaints about the new Assassin's Creed game isn't it has people of color in it. It's, why aren't we playing as Japanese people? You know, there wasn't this complaint about adding in a DLC for Black Flag where you played as a black character, because it made sense to have a black character there. You could have Assassin's Creed in Africa. You could, actually, funnily enough, in, oh god, what fucking one is it? One of them, you can see all the other episodes of Sturgo have planned, and one of them set in Louisiana in like the Prohibition area. Yeah. You could have Assassin's Creed Prohibition era with a black character, and it would be absolutely fine. You could set it in New Orleans. You could do that. They chose not to, and I think that is an issue.
So here's an interesting thing, and this might be a little Excel spreadsheety to get into, but with a lot of these games, I would love to see the original design docs. Because here's what happens is, and the reason why I say length matters is because the length of development matters is because the longer a game is in development, the more they expect it to make returns. Because especially when you're talking about public companies, and this is a big issue that Ubisoft has. If you really think about it, they haven't had a hit in 5 years, right? And so there sometimes there comes a point where you're just like, hey, how can we change things in the middle of development to make it appeal to more people, because we have to sell more units because the dev costs are ballooning.
Yeah. I mean, actually, here's an interesting question, because you've been in the industry. What do you think went wrong with Anthem?
Okay. How can I say this nicely? Because I know a lot about Anthem's dev, because I had some friends who worked on it.
I won't push you live if you don't want to talk about it, but I obviously have a personal interest if you ever want to. But like, I would really,
dude, if you want to ever talk, just hit me up. I love talking about this stuff, but there's only so much stuff I can say publicly. What I will say about Anthem is a lot of things that we've talked about ballooning dev costs, evolution of the design in order to make it appeal to a larger audience as the game went on are things that were definitely present in Anthem.
Yeah, I think BioWare seems to. I mean, EA seems to have this thing, right, of going, we're going to buy a studio and basically turn it into an EA studio. And for most studios, that doesn't end well. Even for the ones it does. I mean, look at the state of DICE, realistically speaking.
I have some very strong opinions of some of the leadership that has been at EA over the past couple of years. Maybe not the past couple of years. I think it's actually gotten better now that some of the Respawn guys are more involved. But pre that, when you talk about Patrick Sutherland and stuff, there were a lot of decisions that were made internally at EA that I think affected a lot of their games in a negative way.
Can we talk about Titanfall?
Okay.
Because Titanfall, like, is one of these games that seems to be like Titanfall 2 seemed to be successful.
And by the way, I just want, because I saw some, I apologize in the chat that we got derailed on this. So
yeah, no, we're very like off topic, but that's for anyone who watches enough of my stream, it's basically what happens every time. Titanfall seemed to be like a successful game, had a good launch, solid single player, well praised, still talked about today. Why did EA, in your opinion, lose faith in it?
It had to. I think it had to do with changes at the company that prioritize certain projects.
Okay.
EA did go through a period where, if you look back at their catalog, a lot of things were very homogenous. And a lot of things had to fit into certain models, and that included both from a financial perspective and a development perspective. So even though Titanfall 2 may have sold well on the onset, like the KPIs that they were focused on, I don't think Titanfall hit internally based on what the objectives of the company were. And I know that was a very MBA answer.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an understandable one. I mean, it's funny when you see certain studios kind of like go out. Like I often think about the Saboteur as kind of one of the Saboteur is like one of the best open world games ever made.
And it's worth mentioning, by the way, Apex Legends was a Titanfall game at one point.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's set in the universe.
Wait, really? I didn't know
it's in the
this.
Titanfall universe. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I mean, like, I don't know. It feels like after what happened with Concord, I mean, I can't internally in the industry. What do you feel is happening then? Because like, it seems like it's a complete shit show.
So here's what happened. COVID happened, and we are still dealing with the ramifications of COVID.
Wouldn't COVID have been a good thing for the gaming industry?
So here's the problem, though: is COVID was good for, and this is what happened. At some point, we'll have to have a private conversation, or maybe I can put some thoughts together about the Embracer situation, because I think Embracer is a really good example of what happened, which is that. So what happened is that when you hit COVID, a lot of companies had to pause their development stuff, or delay development. But then you saw a massive influx of players to a large variety of games, including back catalog games, which are games that were maybe 2-3 years old and stuff. And so you had a massive increase in revenue kind of across the board in the games industry, right? And so what happened is internally people were just like, oh, so this is going to continue. And this is one of the reasons why, honestly, I think that we've seen so many layoffs over the past couple of years, is because we came out of COVID, people started to do other things with their time. Video games is a very long-term, expect to spend at minimum 15 to 20 hours in the game.
Yeah, I've got 100 hours in Wilds already, and it's been out for 7 days, like...
No, I understand. And so, but, what other games are you playing?
Well, I mean, nothing at the moment, but like,
so
you know,
so what happened during COVID is you had people playing games they wouldn't normally play, experimenting with things, trying new things because they had the time. When people came out of COVID and after the pandemic ended, people had more time, or actually they had the same amount of time, but they decided to invest their time in different areas. There was love them or hate them. I remember when Tim Sweeney said that the biggest competitor to Fortnite was Netflix, and that's kind of a little bit of what happened where so you had all these publishers and developers who were just like, oh, so we're seeing sales go up, and we've seen them go up for 2 years, 2020, 2021. So we're going to hire and we're going to plan new projects and invest in things because because we're seeing revenues go up. But then as soon as COVID ended, they stayed flat. And the adoption rate for newer games went down, especially with live service games, which a lot of stuff that was greenlit before COVID and started coming out were live service games. And so because of that, that's why you've seen a lot of layoffs and stuff.
Is that what happened with Concord? So did Concord,
I would say that's what happened.
Yeah, expand in scope because of COVID, and then when it finally came out, it just was completely late, not just to the live service and hero shooter thing, but
it was definitely late to the party. If that had come out 5 years ago, I think we would be having a different conversation about it.
Interesting. That makes sense.
And that's a lot of these games that have come out in 2022, 2023. If you really look at it, there's a lot of, especially live service games, where the problem is that they were all kind of preparing for a trend that has now been kind of solidified. It's kind of the same with the MMO market, right? Where the MMO market kind of has coalesced around a couple of major games, and that's the game that people play, right? And they might go try another game, but then they realize, oh, this is we're now going back to just the game that we had before. Because that's what we're used to. Like people talk about, the sunk cost fallacy a lot. There's something else that is similar, but it's not a fallacy, which is called switching costs. And switching costs matter a lot in a live service game, which is that in order for you, let's say you have an iPhone, right? And you're in the Apple ecosystem. If there's a Google phone that comes out that's the same specs and whatever, or even slightly better than an iPhone, you're not going to make the switch because you're so invested in that ecosystem, you know how it goes. So something has to be a magnitude better in order for you to switch from something that you're already comfortable with. And I think that with live service games, there was an issue with people were happy with the live service games that they were playing. And even if a game was even slightly better, people were like, you know what, my friends are over here. I've invested time. I'm good at this game. I'm not going to make the jump. And so that's what switching costs are. And I feel like with a lot of these live service games, and I feel like, with Veilguard, they probably saw that start to happen, which is why they made the pivot to what it became. But when it comes to live service games, I don't think people appreciate that the switching costs for a live service game are fairly high.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, even right down to I fucking hate rotating shops. There's a skin I want, just let me buy the skin. There's this thing. Why do I have to fucking log in every day? And I know why. It's because it keeps a player coming back, but it annoys
but also,
me.
If finally get that skin, that is a piece that is going to stick. That's going to make you sticky to that game. And I am not talking about the morality or any of that associated with that. But that's
it's interesting you say that, but because the way it ends up working for me is I will log back in to farm a skin, and then once I get it, I'll be like, I have that now. If I ever want to come back to the game, I've got it. But I'll have stopped playing the rest of the game. I'll just be in the login cycle, and then the minute I get it, I will never play that game again.
Yeah, and that's something that can definitely happen, and it is a challenge. I would say that I'm a big Destiny player, for better or worse. better or worse. And it's just like I need to log in to make sure I get like, I play enough every season to make sure I get the things that I want. But then I've kind of stopped playing as much because I'm not as engaged. So where I'm doing the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And so, but I am not. But the thing is, I'm not. I haven't changed it for another live service game. I'm just doing other things. I'm painting old world dwarves, right? So that's what
Yeah.
I'm doing with my time. And so so that's kind of it's an interesting thing. I think that we're moving away from, even though maybe the EAs and stuff are saying differently, I think that we're moving away from live service being the be all end all. And I don't know what the next thing is yet, but we are probably 2-3 years away from the next big trend
Yeah.
starting to be adopted. I don't think it's going to be. A lot of people thought it was going to be extraction shooters. That's not going to be it.
No, they're kind of
Yeah.
boring. I think it's.
Can I answer the chat from morale real quick?
I was actually going to say I want to pivot back to like the thing we were talking about before, but yes, I'd love to hear your opinions on these franchises.
Okay, so first off, with Halo, I think Halo is a good example of something similar to BioWare, where you have a lot of mismanagement of the franchise, and you also had a game that was in development for way too long, and definitely I think the final product wasn't necessarily what people want. Dishonored, I hate to say it, I think that the issue with Dishonored is it's an immersive sim, and big budget immersive sims have never made money. And that pains me to say, because I love them. But I don't know if we're going to see another entry in that franchise anytime soon. I think that with Dishonored and with a lot of like Arcane's work is that they make these, and you saw it with dear Lord, what was the vampire game that they just came out with? Anyways, the vampire game, it tried to be a live service and it didn't work. Trying to be a live service immersive sim, I think, doesn't work. So I think that with Dishonored, it's a great franchise, but I think that the issue with it is just that immersive sims need a new title. I think that we need to have a rebrand of immersive. Thank you, Redfall. I think immersive sims need to have a rebrand. And also the difference between immersive sims and action RPGs can sometimes be very narrow. And I think that publishers and developers need to have a better way to maybe describe those games than immersive sims, because I think that it's that title is a death to a lot of games because it's not very clear what it is. And when it comes to, I'm assuming, Moreau, you're talking about GTA 6. Issue with GTA 6 is nothing, because GTA 6 is going to be a monolith. It's going to come out. That is a lot of people's forever game. So I think that we're going to see a large community move from GTA 5 to GTA 6. The interesting thing that I'm looking for GTA 6 is actually the price point, to see what they maybe try to put it up as. And then there is some concerns I have with GTA 6, which is that if they lean too much into GTA Online being the core part of the game, I think that they could potentially have some hurdles with that. So that's my answer to those questions.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be honest with you. I have not seen anything out of GTA 6, and I've played every GTA game, literally every single one.
Yeah, that's how Rockstar does it, though. Rockstar has the benefit of having larger marketing cycles than most other games.
I don't think I'm going to play GTA 6. I don't
So
think.
do you think?
There's just nothing in it that appeals to me. I've not seen anything that I'm like, oh.
Yeah, but I'm interested when they actually start talking about it. Because have we even released gameplay yet?
Well, I mean, bits and pieces from the leaks and everything else that came out. We've seen some of the basic stuff. Do you know what did it? I was looking at GTA 5, and some of the because I was watching a YouTuber who does like GTA Online roleplay stuff, and he does like challenges where he's like an assassin. Mm-hmm. It's like entertaining. It's brain rot, but it's entertaining. I blame Diorio for like any brain rot I now watch. But I was watching that, and then all I could think to myself was, man, I miss GTA San Andreas. Man, I miss Vice City. And I still think about Vice City. I still think about the storyline of Vice City, the missions for it, the general vibe and feel, the radio stations. You know, every now and again, I will flick on like the YouTube video of Chatterbox, like just to listen to Chatterbox, right? Because it's a very well written. You know, there's something like remarkable about the radio stations in the like in that generation of GTA, where it's a chat show radio which you could get into a car and join at any point and still like listen and pick up and be entertained while you're driving. That in itself is like a massive fucking achievement. It's crazy. But I cannot remember the story of GTA 5. I don't care about it. And nothing about that game, there's nothing in GTA 5 that I look back on like fondly. That I'm like, that was awesome. I played GTA Online with a friend like a couple of years ago, and I was just fucking bored. So when I think of GTA 6, I'm just like, I just can't see how they're going to sell that to me. And what I haven't played is any of the Red Dead Redemption games. I was not like Western stuff doesn't appeal to me, so it doesn't have a hook in me the way Rockstar used to.
And that's true, and I think that you know to your point, sometimes I wonder if sometimes because we're both let's say 30s 40s. I think that some of these games are not necessarily being made for like I wonder if GTA 5 is nostalgia for other people.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some truth to that. Funnily enough, when I played Hogwarts Legacy, the first game
By
I
the way,
played...
real quick, with Rockstar, one of the reasons why I think Rockstar has been as successful as they have is because the founders are still there. And they're still very involved with the company. Kind of going around this overarching thing where, like, I think that a lot of this stuff is, and we could talk about just the Monster Hunter real quick. Actually, that might that might move on to something else, but I'll let you finish. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's funny, Artemis said in chat, Beckett needs Bully too. I was going to say, like, after I played Hogwarts Legacy, the first thing I played afterwards was Bully again. Because I wanted to have that itch scratched.
They were making a spy game, and I wish I knew what happened to that.
God, that would have been fucking amazing. But...
They were making an espionage game, I think, after GTA 4.
God, that would have been fucking really interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. Well, you never know what's going to end up in the cutting room floor. Because going back to Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter Wilds, from a long-term fan of the series, and I'm a particular fan of the lore of Monster Hunter, is essentially it was a YouTuber did a video on it the other day, but about 20 years ago they released an art book which has this image of this sort of like chimera dragon, artificial dragon monster that's like got robotic parts and armored, and that concept art is the storyline for Wilds 20 years later. That's the realized vision, which is fucking crazy.
So you are now getting to the next thing I was going to say, which is a thing which we haven't talked about, which isn't reflected in the article, is the difference in Japanese and Western development cultures.
Sure. Though I will say, just for posterity, while Jim Sterling is now crazy, fuck Konami.
I will tell you some stories about Konami off camera.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because I can't say it.
No, I'd love that. That sounds fucking great.
But because I used to work right down the street from Konami, and I got to hear some things. But in a lot of, and Konami's different here, so I think that this is actually a good thing. So one thing that Konami did that failed is they fired all of their core talent that have been there for forever, or forced them to leave, or made it a not good environment for them to leave. Capcom has a lot of core talent that have been there for years. So even when Capcom is like, okay, we're going to work and maybe simplify this a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The team that's simplifying it is the team that also made it complicated. So they know the levers to pull. Whereas with something like Dragon Age, I think that because there a lot of the I know that there was a lot there's been a lot of turnover over 10 years of BioWare, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that even though people there were obviously fans of the genre, and I want to make clear, I think that the people there really cared about what they were making. I think that they didn't have the institutional knowledge to know what to change and what to keep.
Yeah, I mean, but Veilguard feels like it's really interesting you say that. Veilguard feels like a story that the dev team collectively like almost wanted. Like if they were playing a Dragon Age game, these are the characters that they would play. These are the choices they would make. And what they seem to have forgotten is that they are not their entire player base. They are not everybody. So you end up,
100%.
it's
100%.
which is
They're basically making a fan game, honestly.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds a little pedantic and harsh, but I think that when you have people, and you see this with a lot of long-running series that have dev changeovers, like a game, a later game feels just like a fan game to the originals because they understand the surface, but maybe like that stuff that's underneath the surface, that's like the heart and soul of it, isn't there as much. And I think that that's where Veilguard ran into.
Yeah.
And I don't think Monster Hunter has that because you have really the same core development team on this game. Most of them worked on, is it Worlds?
Yeah.
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 So there's that through line. One thing about From Software is that I know you're a big fan of Dark Souls 2. A lot of people aren't because it was done by a slightly different team. But even through all of that, they still have a lot of the core, not only creative but also development teams who are still kind of exist there, and so they're able to at least provide feedback. And at BioWare, a lot of the core team that worked, kind of in the nitty gritty left after Anthem.
Yeah.
And I think that was a big effect on it.
Yeah,
And that
because I think you just lose. Writing is really hard.
And also what happens, like, corporate politics-wise, right?
Yeah.
When you have core team members who left, that allows outside influences to have more opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like a story by committee. And I think I think this is why the accusations.
That story, by the way, went through at least 3 rewrites.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
Well, I mean, this is actually part of the problem with Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 went through major fucking rewrites, and it's why the story is a mess. And it is a mess. Like, I love the game, but I will admit that. Like, one of the reasons I love Dark Souls 2 is because they wanted to take risks with how the structure, it's like the linear structure of the game worked, which makes a lot more sense when you look at the design documents for what the game originally was going to be, which had more similarities actually to Demon Souls. But it didn't turn out that way. The story's kind of a mess. They kind of had to crowbar things in. I think that occasionally you can get outside narrative teams doing something really good. I'm actually a big Blood Omen 2 fan, even though a lot of the fan base really hates that game, and I can see why people hate it, for all the issues it caused with the overarching storyline. Amy had to basically shoehorn in bits of the story into Defiance to make it make sense. But also, Blood Omen 2 takes risks.
It's a bit of a Horus Heresy problem, where you have so many people providing input at different areas.
Yeah.
Where then somebody else has to come and be like, well, all this other shit happened, so I have to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I mean, I'd argue it's worth it to get the risk taken of the world building that Blood Omen 2 did, because it is nice to see a living world within Nosgoth. You don't really get that very much. It's a rarity, even in Blood Omen 1. So, and the Soul Reaver games have collectively, 3 inhabited human locations, regardless of like the time period Raziel's in. So it was nice to see that. It like holds a nostalgic place in my heart. It's probably actually the Legacy of Kain game I've played the most for that reason.
Same. Embracer owns it. Or actually, I think they may have sold it at this point, but
yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what happens with the reboot for the Soul Reaver games. But my understanding is that sold pretty well, so we might get something that's not Nosgoth. But I mean, okay, so back to kind of Monster Hunter Veilguard, this article that was written.
So I think a big issue that I have is it's very focused on output and not input.
Sure.
Like my issue, if this is, and I know this is a consumer focus piece, but if you're trying to be if the intent of this article is not just clickbait, but to try to be like, hey, this is the things that happened, that is the reason why one is successful and not the other, which again I kind of disagree with some of that premise. I think if they come out closer, I think there might be more there might be more there, but it doesn't focus on, I think it talks about the streamlining, which is fine, but I don't think it really talks about like the, hey, like we are having an issue with a lot of legacy developers not being who they used to be.
See, I think these takes make perfect sense though, and if people on Twitter were saying this, I wouldn't have an issue.
That's why I said I want to give you a nuanced one, because I'm just like, I understand what people are just like, oh well, I have a different reason why the article's bad.
Yeah, and again, I think my standards for game journalism are very, very low, but this is above what I'd expect because gaming journalism is so bad, and that's, I think, a good sign. I guess my question to you would be, like, again, you've got obviously a lot more knowledge than me. Do you think how badly Veilguard did is acknowledged by the studio and the team behind it?
I will say yes. I've had some conversations with some people there that I think that they understand that things need to change for Mass Effect.
I think for a lot of us, like generally speaking, as like a pure consumer, that's pretty much all we want. Because I also don't want, I don't want what some of the
now there's another. I will say there's another thing is that you're not going to get, because I see in the chat, you're not going to get people publicly ever shitting on their own dev teams and stuff, because that's just not something that's nice to do in a corporate culture. We're not, you don't want a Randy Pitchford also out there saying crazy shit as well. So I would say that now I think the question for me is, what's the leadership going to be for Mass Effect kind of going forward? That is and that's, for me, when I look at games, I really look at leadership in terms of if I think it's going to be successful or not.
Didn't the leader for fucking Veilguard leave the studio and go and work somewhere else like a month later or something, or like a couple of months later?
Yeah, that happens. That's not uncommon.
Yeah, listen, I've got a corporate job. I know that's pretty normal, but it's one of those of like, I am interested to see whether they'll be like, well, this was a fuck up, can't do that again, or like understand the issues of why this was why it was, bad.
That's a hard thing. I've been a part of some projects that definitely did not hit the mark in terms of quality. I'm on marketing. I don't dev things, but I've been on that side of it. And there's always a question of how much do we need to acknowledge that our last thing wasn't good when we move on to the next one.
Well, I'll give you a personal example from my side. So I work on multiple projects for people in my sector. And I had a situation a few years ago where I'd worked on a project that was not good. I don't want to say too much. It wasn't good. I had a lot of issues on my side with what I was dealing with. And I was questioning whether I wanted to stay with the company I was working with at the time. So I actually was looking around for jobs. One of the jobs I applied for was actually with the client that had done this project. And I found myself in an interview with one of the managers on that project. And when being asked questions, I brought this project up and basically explained my issues with it to this manager. They did not like this. They very much did not like this. But my rationale was very simple. I didn't want to go and work somewhere where I couldn't give critical feedback. So I'd rather bomb the interview, because if they didn't want to hire me, then it wouldn't be the right place for me to work. And I think that when I look to leadership in like my sector and the sort of people I want to work for and kind of aim for, if I find these kind of people out in the, because sector's not massive, I'm like, that's somebody I want to work for, where it's a manager who's fairly like self-critical, but also, not like won't throw anyone under the bus, but will acknowledge when something is wrong. If you've got someone like, no, everything's fucking fine, shut the fuck up. I'm like, I don't want to work for you, because I won't last. I will just either lose my mind or you'd fire me. So, and I think it's similar in the industry, where I look at, in the gaming industry, from what I can see, where you've got sort of like particular people in the leadership where you cannot question them. And it feels like any questions are just an attack. And I'd compare it to like Kathleen Kennedy for Lucasfilm, where it's like any challenge they take as a personal attack, and that's not something I'd ever want to engage in, or work for.
I think that you are hitting the nail on the head in a lot of ways. I would say in general, if you ask me what the biggest issue with the games industry is, it's not wokeism. It's not the push for larger graphics or any of that. It's a leadership problem.
Yeah.
And that's something that whenever you get very few people are actually good leaders. And in my opinion, and when they leave, it makes a marked difference. And on the other hand, when you have a bad leadership, when they leave, it makes a marked difference. And that is a situation where you have there's not a lot of large name, comparatively, especially if you consider TV and film, there's not a lot of large name talent in the games industry to the same level. But when you talk about game directors, technical directors, executive producers, you know who the good ones are. And the good ones, and sometimes they're only good. I'll use a sports analogy. Sometimes you have a player that's really good on one team, right? And then they get traded to another team, and the system just doesn't work for them. And so then they and it doesn't work, and they don't have the same level of success. Sometimes the same with coaches, and I think that games is in ways very similar, where you do have even your good leadership. Sometimes when they move off, they don't see the same level of success that they may have had at a previous place, because the culture's different, the processes are different, and so it is a big challenge right now. And especially with all the layoffs and everything, there's no guarantee that the people who retained were the good people.
Do you think that like I'd say alternate games media, which is sort of like the people on Twitter, YouTubers, I mean, even things like this right now, right? This conversation, I saw somebody post in chat, just start a gaming podcast already. Do you think that like, because the reason this article annoyed me so much was I don't see much of a difference between an awful lot of the posts from sort of like I'd say slop. I hate this phrase, but like slop YouTube and Twitter games journalism versus kind of mainstream games journalism. I think it's just the same coin, different side.
No, 100%, because a lot of times you have people who haven't done the work. It's the same of like, critic is, if you can't do, teach; if you can't teach, criticize.
Yeah.
And that's where it is an issue on the coin. I think that the biggest challenge that um the what I will call the legacy games media has, because at this point it is legacy, right? If you're talking about websites and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, is just that is just dwindling readership. And I think that and they haven't figured out. We just saw Game Informer, which I know you're in the UK, which was a very large magazine that's existed for forever here. It closed down last year, and that was a big deal. I think that I think that you see the personalities that are developing in the games industry happening more on on Twitter, on YouTube and stuff, and I'm not necessarily sure that's better. Because it's a sort of thing where I would rather watch somebody play a game in order to determine if it's good than somebody make a 10-minute video telling me why it's good.
Well,
Because I
interestingly,
can
like with
actually
like
see it.
Veilguard, I watched
Yeah.
I think 2 hour-long reviews, one which was very positive and one which was very negative from fairly big YouTubers to kind of make my mind up, because I was seeing all this shit on Twitter and I was like, well, how bad is it? And what I found in both reviews, even the guy who liked it and the guy who hated it, they were saying basically the same things. It's just one was like, well, that's not as important to me as like the gameplay loop. And I was like, well, this gameplay loop looks fucking
Yeah.
boring. But
And what
you know,
and one benefit I think that YouTubers and even Twitter people have is that a lot of times with like who wrote this I won't say their name, but the person who wrote the gamer article, I have no idea who they are, right? A byline is not as large of a brand as like a YouTube channel, and you will have vastly different opinions at a media publisher, and that's why I think a lot of people have issues with certain publications, is because it feels like a little schizophrenic, because you'll have two vastly different opinions on the same game coming from the same place. And whereas with a YouTube person, there are certain YouTubers who I know I have similar tastes in them, so I value them. I value their stuff largely more positively. Whereas when you talk about like your legacy games media, most people only care about the Metacritic and the number.
Yeah.
And the person doesn't matter as much. So and that's a challenge. I don't know how they fix it. A lot of them are trying to get into now, the video content creation game. So I think that is a that's a challenge. And because of that, when you have articles like this come out where where a lot of previous Veilguard articles from the Gamer were positive, I think a lot of people are dismissing it because it's like, oh, well, the Gamer has posted so much positive about Veilguard, and now they're coming out with a negative. Now that's no longer a hot button issue.
Yeah, and like again, I will be like I talked about this at the time. Like, it's obvious that there was a vested political interest to push this game to succeed. I think there was also another interest to see a single-player Dragon Age game succeed out of concern for BioWare. I think there is another side to this. But I do think the primary
there
thing
definitely was. There was, and that's a thing, is that especially when when if you're a journalist that's been in large, I don't want I think that a lot of the collusion and stuff is kind of BS, but you do get relationships with people, right? It's the same with like TV and film. You do start to learn some of the people who create things, and so you have like an attachment to them. And a lot of them,
that's
and a lot of these
that's always been the case. I remember Yahtzee's review, one of Yahtzee's review, where he says like people think that I'm influenced or I'll like side with certain things because it's popular, and they clearly don't know. They they don't they haven't seen I think it's my review of the Prince of Persia Chariot section, which the dev saw and who I know, and he was certainly not fucking happy with it. So
Yeah.
it's one of those where you definitely get those elements of knowledge or like influence, and it's hard when your friends make something. I mean, this is what kicked off Gamergate, right? Realistically speaking, it's the Zoe Quinn stuff with her relationships with the game's journalists,
which I
reviewing
never
her.
got involved with.
Just say it publicly. Never involved.
Just to be
never involved.
Never involved with it. I was a peon posting Facebook ads. So it was.
So I mean, with kind of like where things are with the industry now, do you see like I because I've asked this to people who are like into movies and stuff, but I mean, do you see a light at the end of the tunnel for the industry, or do you think things get worse for a while?
Okay, I'm going to bring up something that I love to talk about just when I'm at work and I'm ranting about things, which is the closure of Vivendi games back in the day, in like the mid 2000s.
Remind me of Aventi.
So Vivendi, it's a large French conglomerate.
Okay.
And they kind of pulled what Embracer is doing right now, which is why I had PTSD to it, which is that they bought up so many legacy publishers. The reason why Activision and Blizzard are the same company is Vivendi's fault.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Well, so they corporately merged to combat Aventi?
No, so they bought Activision and Blizzard separately.
Oh.
It's worth mentioning Blizzard has never been an independent company. They used to be owned by Simon and Schuster.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Back in the 90s. Yeah, so Vivendi was like, we want to get into games. It's the same reason why Crash Bandicoot is owned by Activision.
That makes sense. Okay.
Because Vivendi merged with Universal. And then which is why when Vivendi talks about, hey, we want to start doing video game stuff again, we want to do video game stuff again with Ubisoft, I also had a little bit of PTSD to that. But basically, so they bought up Sierra, they bought up all of these old, all of these like from the 90s and the early 2000s, all of these well-known game publishers, and then they realized that they didn't want to be in the video game business anymore, and they basically shut down a lot of stuff and exited. And the way that they exited is Bobby Kotick took $1 billion personal loan and bought Activision Blizzard, and ended up also, and that's how they merged, because Bobby Kotick bought them from Vivendi. And then and that's a whole other thing. And that's why Activision Blizzard became the same company, but they also had all these legacy IPs. But then there was a massive diaspora of developers and creative people. Ken Levine is a good example. Like, the reason why BioShock is made where it is because of this. There's this massive diaspora of talent that then went off to really make what the video game industry was for the next 15 years. And it took a while to get there. But if you want to see new IPs, if you want to see stuff like you need to let people exit, like all these people who have exited, like, we need to just see what they're doing and support them as they start to create new things. So I am hopeful that we're going to see some creative stuff. I've heard and seen some things in the background that make me sound really positive. But whenever you have and COVID is kind of the same thing, where now you're seeing all these layoffs and studios closing and moving and stuff. And so these people are not going to stop playing games, are not going to stop making games. But the good thing is like, they may now be able to create a framework where they're going to maybe make new games and more interesting games, which is what happened in the mid 2000s. After the whole Vivendi thing fell through. So I think that we're about to enter a similar time frame, and so maybe I'm just being overly positive, but time is a circle. And we're already kind of starting to see this with, like, there's a lot of people who, used to work at Blizzard who are going off. And even though some of the games like Pally and stuff may not necessarily be your cup of tea or may even be good, you're starting to see people who were creatives at these other studios be like, well, now I can do something that's maybe my own identity. And so,
yeah, and I think I think we're seeing interesting things like the
but
statement
yeah, if you're ever
from...
interested, like the Vivendi stuff is fascinating.
Yeah, no,
It
I'd
was an
be...
insane time.
I think I don't know much about it, but I'd definitely be interested in looking at that. But I think it's, you know, it's interesting seeing statements that are coming out from like Amazon Gaming where they're like, we failed to try and challenge Steam, and obviously Epic's failed. And you can kind of see that response almost like whistling through to Ubisoft and EA, where they're like, oh, how much do we need our launcher? I mean, even like the Total War games are getting rid of the launcher now because they're like, it's just not needed, and it just annoys people. So
yeah,
it's
honestly, the launcher wars were a shittier version of the console wars.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've got a
That's what it
question
was.
from Nicandros. Also, I like the way Mally popped up, who's obsessed with BioShock, just as you mention it. Good morning, Mally. Nicandros, asked the game industry guy how it would impact game industry design if Stadia like cloud gaming tech was using game ads to let people play demos of games instead of watching a non-interactive trailer for it.
Okay, so Nicandros, I will say that you're already seeing a return for demos.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
It's already happening. It's happening across the board. And then Mally, I know you just came. We actually talked about that a little bit. I talked about when people leave like the stuff. When people necessarily leave an area doesn't mean it's good, but it's just that it allows for, you know, you might get new people who have more experimentation and stuff, and so it's not always successful. But back to the thing, we're already seeing demos come up as a thing. Cloud tech isn't involved with it, and the big thing that I think is successful right now is time demos, where it's like, hey, you can play a game for this amount of time. Like, I think that, for instance, Final Fantasy 16, I didn't have as much interest in that game, but the night before it launched, I played the demo, I got hooked, I immediately bought it because my progress transferred over. So I think that is where we are actually going. I think that now that physical is not as big, the reason physical retailers became too powerful and they kind of killed demos, and now that physical retailers are not as powerful as they used to be, you're starting to see a return to demos because it's something that actually makes sense.
Yeah,
cloud gaming doesn't need to be involved. I will say the one thing that might happen, the only thing that I think, the problem with cloud gaming, by the way, that people don't like to talk about is that if you're trying to sell to, even in North America, right? If you're trying to sell to I don't know, Podunk, Kentucky, like, they may not have the best internet. So an issue that Stadia had is that the bandwidth requirements are very intensive, and also the internet service providers don't like it. And so you have somebody who controls the content and somebody controls the pipes. And the pipes are already being strained as it is. So we're probably going to be a long time before we see large cloud computing adoption, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be at least 10 years out.
Yeah, I think the fear is the lack of the loss of physical copies. It's like I was trying to get a copy of Fable 3, and I realized that the only place I could get it was the Internet Archive. Like, that's the only place I can get a copy of this fucking game, which is insane. I still can't get it to run, but like, the fact that that's it is wild to me.
Yeah, and I'll say that's why I think some of the stuff that GOG is doing around game preservation is really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that that's where we're going to see a strong push in terms of, I think that we have to stop thinking about physical copies and start thinking more about how do we canonize digital ownership and what does that look like?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think that, like, there's always problems because you've got things like, I was reading the mechanics of Shadow of War, the Nemesis mechanic is patented.
Yeah, rip Monolith, by the way.
Yeah, so nobody can use that again, which is insane.
For 20 more years.
Yeah, which is like,
actually, my wife actually just asked me about this, Becca, because because she was just like, "What's going to happen here?" And I was just like, "Capcom for the longest time had a patent on, I think it was interactive loading menus, and you
Really?
couldn't do it for like 20, 25 years, and that only recently got rescinded. So like that shit happens, and it sucks. And but yeah, that was a thing for a while. Now the question will be, which I don't trust Warner Brothers, is like, do they figure out a way to maybe do something else with it?
Well, if they can get like money out of it or a
Yeah,
write
not
off,
just games
yeah,
unloading
because they're
screens.
they're so they're always. I mean, this is a company that like basically burnt a finished movie for a tax write off.
Oh, there's so much stuff going on, dude, at Warner Brothers. It's insane. Um, it's it's saddening. They've had so many good projects that have like not got past like certain milestones for things, and it's honestly really sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happens next in the industry, I mean, for me, is a bit of a toss up. It's interesting. I still see somebody mention Marvel Rivals and Internet Connections. A lot of people ask, "Well, are you playing Marvel's Rivals?" No, I don't like hero shooters. It's not really interesting to me. Marvel isn't really interesting to me anymore. I lost interest
Yeah.
kind of late teens, early 20s.
I am more interested in a game that's made for me than the game that's made for everybody.
Yes. Yeah.
And quite frankly, you know what? Let's bring this back. Veilguard was a game that was made, and this is kind of where I disagree with the article a little bit. Veilguard was a game that was trying to be made for everybody. Where I actually think Monster Hunter Wilds, even though it expanded, it also understood what the core of it was and made sure that. And this is the same with Baldur's Gate 3, is that they are niche games that figured out that more people are interested in the niche if certain levers are pulled.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially, and I think there are like good levels. I think part of Baldur's Gate 3's success is also based around, general gamer media hype around it, which is kind of like
But
organic
it
and
wasn't for a
grassroots.
long time. It was in early access for a very long time.
That's true.
And I was following it while it was in early access, and it did hit a moment where also D&D was large, and that's another thing, is that it is I think the D&D IP is significantly stronger than even when it went to early access. They definitely didn't pay the royalty that they would have to pay now for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But also I think that I also think that Larian knows what they're doing, and they've been very good for a very long time.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Dragon Commander?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. This is one of the two games I will proselytize to everybody. Divinity Dragon Commander is the most batshit insane game on the planet. It is a RPG real-time strategy game where you play as a dragon with a jetpack and you fly around on an airship.
Okay. Okay, that's insane. When did this come out?
Oh, like it was before Divinity Original Sin 1. It was the game they made before it.
Oh, I have to check that out. I think it's interesting where you see like how studios progress and how IPs progress. I mean, I often think this about the Nier Automata series, and how that's sort of become popular.
Yeah.
But I've never really I played,
which is another one where that's a niche game that understood it was niche and knew it just had to pull it through levels to make it popular.
well, yeah, I mean, when you look at the origin of that series, it's Drakengard, which is it's,
By the way, I just steamed you Divinity Dragon Commander so you can look at it. It's bonkers.
Nice. I will check it out. Thank you. It's it's wild that like this incredibly dark game, that's in essentially a Dynasty Warriors clone in many respects with a fucked up story, became like this really massive IP. Oh, I mean, oh fuck, I was gonna say something about.
I don't think it was scoped to be a massive IP though while it was in
No.
development.
Oh no, that's what I was
And
going to say. Just quickly before it
that's-
like runs off from me. One thing I'd say to you actually, I mean, just in the course of this conversation, it's interesting. You know, this take of Dragon Age was a game designed to be appealing to the masses. I think actually just through the course of this conversation, one of my realizations for the fact that it's essentially, you know, we're being unkind saying it, but a fan fiction game, actually is what precludes it. One of the things that precludes it from being massively appealing, because one of the biggest problems with fan fiction and the insertion of like essentially character inserts, is it's very hard to relate to them. It is insanely difficult to relate to them. And so that initial attempt to make something that would appeal to the masses fell on its face, because really what it was a game that was built and appealed to the dev team.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think it appealed to the dev team.
Really?
I don't think it appealed to the dev team. And I say that as I think that there were too many cooks in the kitchen. And I've seen some projects where you have like a couple different iterations and design identities, and then the team that produces the game is essentially has a game they didn't actually want to make.
Yeah.
But they were stuck to it because it's just like, well, we have this name of a game that has a line item in the budget, so it has to get made, right? It's like let's say I write a third, you know, I write a draft of a novel, right? And you have to rewrite that draft, but then somebody else also has to rewrite your draft, and they're shackled with the decisions that we made.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
it's
are
really
they
interesting.
Really gonna be happy with that?
Well, it's really interesting looking at the comparison. So, I know you say you watch me fairly regularly, but like I talk fairly often about my mother, who was an author. But she worked in publishing before she ever became an author herself, and she worked a lot on poets, particularly Irish poets. And there was one particular poet who basically he was being translated from Gaelic to English, and in one of his poems he had a comma, just a single comma, which made perfect sense in Gaelic but didn't make any sense in English. And when it was translated, my mum was doing the edit, and she moved the comma, and this caused a massive problem. And the senior editor said, "It's fine. I'll take him out to lunch. Just move the comma, and we won't tell him. It'll be fine." And then they did that until he got an advanced copy of this book of poetry, checked where the comma was, and he drove to the warehouse and hand wrote into 50,000 copies of this book of poetry the comma where he wanted it. So, I mean, when you're dealing with highly artistic people as well, they will do things that make no sense to a corporate environment, but they're like, that's my vision. And again, I mean, I mentioned Daikatana earlier, and I think that like the balance of that's so important, and it's almost flipped too far the other way in the games industry, where it's now all the corporate structure just going, you will do this.
And I'll be honest, I think the Blizzard stuff with all the sexual harassment is a little to blame.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
Where you had essentially rock stars who were given carte blanche to do whatever what they want to do, and Shannon Sharp, who's a guy who is an NFL commentator over here, he uses the saying that like, which is tolerance in production, which is when your production is high, your tolerance is high. And so the more you make, the more you get away with. I think it's very interesting that all the BioWare stuff came out as soon as they had a failed expansion.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's interesting. Do you remember what happened to Vampire the Masquerade 2?
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I think that's an interesting comparison because that was part of like that was just after the Blizzard stuff, and it completely killed the game because they wanted to remove the lead writer and basically any work he'd done on it, which obviously was going to massacre the game.
Yeah. Now, I will say something else about that is definitely a leadership problem because it's also a publisher problem. Paradox has problems with stuff they try to publish that they don't make themselves. They just canceled their life sim game. It's gotten to the point where the CEO recently came out and said, "Hey, we have a problem with this. Like, we have a problem managing developers who don't make, Hearts of Iron and Crusader Kings."
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And which, hey, I'm glad he was honest,
Yeah.
but but I think that it's a thing where I think that and I don't and I didn't follow. I was interested in Vampire the Masquerade too. I have a friend who's a massive diehard fan for it.
Yeah, I'm a
But,
massive fan, so
I've only played
really
it
wanted
once, so that makes me a scrub. So I would say that when it comes to that one, I think a lot of the issue. I don't know exactly what the issues are. My issues is a lot of it was corporate. I think that he had issues existing in that corporate structure. Because I don't remember, and pardon me, I don't know if he got outed as doing something terrible. But if he didn't, I'm just assuming that there was a big issue with the corporate structure.
It was
and
if I recall correctly, he got accused of sexual harassment, but he's kind of just an autistic weird guy, and
okay,
it wasn't like a serious thing. It was just everyone was hyper vigilant after the Blizzard stuff.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, if I'm wrong, someone send me
Yeah,
something, and I'll be like, I fucked that up. But that was my
so
recollection.
I don't want to speak to that, but when you look at the challenges, the fact it's now being made by the Chinese room, it's just that, let's even say that you have, because that does happen at companies where you have a key team member who does something shitty and gets, I had a developer once that, one of the lead game directors had actually a physical had a I shouldn't say what happened, but he had something that happened at the studio and he was gone, right?
Mm.
And the leadership did not do a good job in kind of maintaining momentum after that. Because they didn't have proper processes in place to do that. I think it's interesting that they took out all of his work. That makes me think that there was probably an issue with the contract that they had with him. But again, I can't speak specifically to that. But that is but that's a thing where you have somebody who is definitely the creative direction of the game, and then he gets ousted for a reason, and then corporate tries to come in, and you have a lot of struggles with that because the corporate structure isn't good in sustaining something.
Yeah, and it's there's always this case with, I think this again true of any industry, it's true of mine. Somebody with an awful lot of knowledge will leave, who's a specialist, and entire projects
Institutional
will
knowledge.
freewheel.
Institutional knowledge is a big issue in the games industry. We do a bad job of preserving institutional knowledge when keep members leave. Across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's I if it helps, I don't think it's just true of the games industry. I've found myself before contacting former colleagues at other companies when they've moved and being like, "Hey, do you remember you did this thing 3 years ago? How? How the fuck did you work this out? Or who the hell did you talk to?" Because they were the go-to person for that, and it's just what the fuck do I do now? So I think that's always going to be a key issue. And also, do you remember, it's weird looking at kind of the layoffs that happen now. Do you remember there was this trend for a while in the late 2010s, early 2020s of my day working at Apple? It's I wake up in the morning and I go for a run, and then I get a latte, and then I go to all we can eat, and it's all the fucking HR people or shit. But I wonder how many people came into the industry with basically very little knowledge and moved across to managerial positions, having never worked the technical side. Because this is certainly something I've experienced in my sector, where and I'm very lucky because I've got managers that trust the technical side of things. It's like, well, that's what we pay you for. I don't know the technical stuff. It's your job, Beckett. That's why we pay you. But I also know that I've got friends at other places where they're managed by non-technical people who will go, well, why can't you just do this? And they're like, for like legal, regulatory, safety, the fact that geology doesn't work this way, like a whole host of reasons. But managers who are non-technical will occasionally be like, well, do it anyway, and they're sort of like, they feel trapped. And I wonder how much that happens in the game industry.
A lot. You have a lot of people who come from toys.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that.
You have a lot of people who come from, not as much anymore, but back when I first started, a lot of people who came from consumer packaged goods. And you need to have a healthy balance of business acumen and gaming knowledge in order to be good. And if they're out of balance, you're bad. If you're too much of like, oh, I'm just a gamer, but you can't understand the business stuff. And I'm speaking from like a corporate leadership structure. I'm not speaking about a particle physics animator. You know what I mean? But my field, when we're talking about product or stuff, I would say that you have people who come in and they're just here because it's a big company and they want it on their resume so they can move on to something else.
Yeah, I mean,
the actual product doesn't matter anymore. That's honestly a big issue, especially in California.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you do have a lot of people who jump from film to games and TV and all those things, right?
Yeah, because it's all like all media, but gaming as a media and a medium is just not the same. Because you get through it. It's why like conversion of games to TV shows or movies doesn't work. You're trying to, it's interesting listening to. I've got friends in media, and family in media, who've talked about this before. They're like, well, obviously, it's cool that thing you're into, Beckett, this game's getting a movie or whatever. It must be nice to see it like getting that exposure. I'm like, it's not really exposure. It's you're essentially condensing it down. You're trying to take maybe like 60 to 100 hours and shove it into an hour and a half. Like how the fuck are you gonna do that? Like how and I think that's why so many gaming movies fail. It's also I think why the Sonic movie succeeds so well, because it doesn't try to do that. It just essentially tells a very brief section of a story of one of the Sonic games, and then sort of just takes the cliff notes of it, essentially, particularly Sonic 3. So
yeah,
I think that's an interesting way to do those things. But just very quickly, to I guess finish that point. I agree with you on the balance thing. I also, on the other side, because before I sound like I just hate managers who aren't technical, which isn't the case, I've also dealt with managers who are pure technical. They've just come up and then they become managers, and the transition is rough because nobody tries to micromanage like a technical manager, because they're like, well, I do it this way. It's like, yes, but that's not your job anymore. That's my job.
I want to slide to Axis right here. Axis, you have to remember that Naughty Dog, I believe, used to be owned by Universal, and they used to be on the lot, so that's why they are that way. So they have that's why there's so much like film, is because they literally were birthed from a film thing. I will say this. Because I actually got my MBA because I realized that a lot of people I worked with in gaming either was one or the other, and I tried to get both. And it is easier for me, at least, to actually work with somebody who doesn't know games, because I'm at least at a point where I can better communicate to them in their language. And that's another issue that you have, especially when you get to... Now, I will say that we're starting to enter an area, which is nice, where you're seeing more executive talent actually know what games are and are gamers, they have to get hired though. And that's the but that's one of the reasons why I think, you know, sometimes in Japan you have like maybe and there's a lot of issues with the Japanese games industry. So I don't want to pretend like they're like the gold standard in a lot of ways, but when it comes to their senior leadership, a lot of them started as programmers, started as developers. I know the developer I used to hold up, and I know Civ 7 kind of launched in a rough state, but I used to hold up Sid Meier as like the perfect person to manage a game studio, because he got to a point where he established the culture, and then he's allowed other people to come in and be able to make it their own thing. And so I've always really admired him for that. So I think that he's a good example of someone who started as like a programmer and stuff, and now he's just gone to like a business leadership role, but he's actually kind of really excelled in it. And sometimes I wish that we would have more people who would do that. But it's also very challenging. And again, I do think that, you know, just in all areas of life, in politics and business and stuff, the people a lot of times are not as talented as we wish they were, unfortunately. And so we have to learn to work within people's limitations, because not everybody can be a rock star. So, you know, you try to find the people who can, but then when you don't, you have to work out how best to manage when you don't have that kind of asset.
Yeah, and it's rock stars are great, but also, God, there's this really weird thing with failing upwards, and as people particularly get older and more stuck in their ways, there are like, again, I've seen Mighty Number 9 mentioned in chat. I mentioned it earlier. It's a really good example. You're talking about somebody who worked on Mega Man, and everyone was like, well, they worked on Mega Man. They're going to make a Mega Man game. It's going to be great, guys. And listen, I'm a massive Mega Man fan. I was excited for Mighty Number 9. And they made a bad Mega Man game. You know, it didn't help that they'd worked on the original. With Obsidian now, you know, they worked on they made New Vegas. But frankly, I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know what's gone wrong. I know we're going to disagree on Avowed, but you made the best RPG, one of the best RPG games of all time. Why have you failed to make good RPG games since then? What's going on?
So again, I love the Pillars of Eternity series. Infamy is actually a really interesting game.
Sure.
I will say that Obsidian existed as an independent developer for so long. And I know they're currently owned by Microsoft, but I think it needs to be celebrated because they did something very, very rare. And I think that New Vegas had a lot of the old talent from the original Fallout 2 games.
Yeah.
That didn't really stick around.
Oh, they were kind of just like, we've done it.
They came because they wanted that. And then I think, and then since then, Obsidian's kind of been in this mode, I feel. And again, if this is what they want to do with their business, I'm not going to judge them for that. Is that they've definitely kind of narrowed the scope of what they do, because they want to make something that at least allows them to still exist as a company. And you know, and there are some developers who like that. The My Number 9 thing I think is interesting, because I think My Number 9 was that it was fully creative, and I don't think that anybody there had any business sense. In terms of, I think there's a lot of scope creep with that project. There was a lot of, you know, hires that shouldn't have been hired, and so it kind of just bloated out. Deep Silver is not exactly a great partner if you're a developer like that, in my opinion, or at least at the time they weren't. And we're kind of seeing the same thing with you know, Star Citizen, right? Where like it's just money and bloat, and especially with some of those early Kickstarter games, it just became money and bloat. The ones that actually were successful, the successful Kickstarter games, if you actually look at them, it wasn't like their first game. And Obsidian is actually a great example, because Obsidian kickstarted Pillars of Eternity 1, and what they did is they were like, okay, we already know how to make games. We already have a team. So this is just allowing us to get investment for something that wasn't there, but they also made sure to keep the scope focused. And with a lot of Kickstarter games, they started to bloat out of proportion very quickly. And that's how you get the Double Fine game. That's how you get Mighty Number 9. That's how you get Star Citizen, right? You start to have more money than sense, right? And I think that is a challenge. And the difference between that and Bloodstained 2, by the way, is I think that Igakashi, had a lot of business sense, especially dealing with as hostile of a corporate environment as Konami. So I think that he was able to better navigate that.
Do you like? It's interesting talking about Star Citizen. I was a very big Elite Dangerous player. And Elite Dangerous went wrong in unique ways, I think.
Very unique ways. I used to play a lot of Elite Dangerous before Horizons came out.
Interesting. So I know a lot of the Radio Sidewinder guys.
Okay.
And you know, so you're aware of what happened with the story in like the Harry Potter stuff, I take it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know the guy who was feeding information to was it dog like Bad Dog, whatever the fucking PvP group was. I know the guy who was feeding
Real
them.
quick, I just have to say, Axis Konami is a medical device company. You cannot say stuff like that. They just make medical devices. So we can't. They just run medical devices and health clubs. We can't suggest that they are other things. They just somehow do games, health clubs, and medical devices.
Yeah.
That's it. It's completely above board.
Yeah, so above board. Absolutely nothing suspicious there at all. Don't know why you'd suggest that in my chat. But
Hard to reel back if I had to.
No, you're fine. But I know the guy who was feeding them information so that they could assassinate this character, and it's really interesting talking to them now. Where I spoke to them a couple of years ago about it, where they're like, it's really weird that behind the scenes they were pulling like a gay op essentially that completely destroyed the narrative lore of Elite Dangerous for like 2 years because the devs had no idea what to do about it. And handing your players that much narrative control was a bold choice that the studio did not think through. And they clearly had more story planned out, and it got fucked into the ground. They probably had so much written, ready to go, and then they were like, nah, she's dead, fuck.
Yeah, and they're running it back with this colonization stuff.
Yeah.
But no, and by the way, I think Elite Dangerous is another example of a game that scope creep kind of started to creep in. Not immediately, but it started with like the engineering shit and stuff. I have some friends who are at Frontier or who have worked at Frontier. And that kind of is the general vibe that, you know, especially with like when they try to go FPS and stuff. I think that they were trying to chase Star Citizen a little bit.
I maintain that if they had put ship legs in and just let you walk around the ships and made the ships persistent in some respect, like you lock your character to a ship and they'd made that like anyone could fly it or whatever, and you like choose your crew or whatever, a bit like Star Citizen does, I think it would have been a more successful game.
Probably. It's also a very niche game, and that's another thing.
That's true, but I mean, like, you know, I did Distant Worlds and everything. The fact that like people will do that exploration.
I think it would have been more successful long term. Like Star Citizen, you know, outside of, because I don't think No Man's Sky provides the same kind of vibe. But I never got into it. Yeah, because it's at its core, it's a survival game, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't like survival games, I think No Man's Sky is a bit of a turnoff. But I mean, and excuse me, Elite Dangerous is still kind of the only one of its ilk right now, because X3 or X4, whatever, you know, that failed at launch and stuff. And I think that they just, Frontier's a really interesting developer. And I think that they just decided to bite off a little bit more than they could chew.
Typical British developer problem.
I will talk to you off stream about my opinion about some British developers. I have to fly to the UK way too much to deal with some of that bullshit. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think it's weird with this market particular as well. Like, so for instance, I like Pathologic. I played Pathologic 1. I own Pathologic 2. I haven't played it. I played a little bit of it. I played a couple of days. But I realized that I basically bought it just because I wanted to support the developers. And I can't think of many other things. I can't picture myself going to see a movie to support a studio that I was like not interested in, right? Whereas there are definitely games that I have purchased and put money into. Like even with the Soul Reaver reboot.
Oh yeah, I think we all have. I definitely have. I've been staring at a game on my I've been staring at some games on my on my Steam workshop where it's just like, I'm never gonna play you, I'm just glad you made it.
Yeah. Yeah. Space Engineers is a game I'm kind of scared for. Me too. I can't even get the fucking thing to run. I don't know what the fuck's happened to Space Engineers.
The only survival game I've ever played, and it's not a good game, is Mines of Moria. Because I am a dwarf in life, and in death, and rock and stone is very important to me. And so it is not a great game. I even bought it on the Epic Store because I was an idiot, and I was just like, well, I have to play it because I get to dig as a dwarf. There's no greater joy in the world than that.
Yeah, it's always sad when a game that should be good is bad. Like there are definitely games that I've got in my Steam account that I want to be better. I think Splitterhead is one of these. Splitterhead has a really interesting mechanical idea behind it of basically possessing people's bodies because you're like a spirit. And
it's like Geist from the GameCube a little bit.
Yeah. And but I played like an hour of it and I was like, I am fucking bored. I'm bored. And I'm like, it's a shame because it's such an interesting game. It's boring.
Yeah.
What AAA devs do you... Oh, go on.
Oh, I was going to ask you, if you had to look at your Steam library, I don't know how you organize yours, but what is a game that you look at every so often and it's just like, I want to play it, but maybe it's just sat there for like 2 years?
I'm gonna open Steam. I'm gonna open Steam right now and tell you. Give it a sec to load up. And I will
Deckard, Minecraft doesn't let me have a beard, so that's why I guess I could mod it in, but that's why I never got into Minecraft.
Okay, let's have a look at my Steam library. Stop updating stuff. Would you do that while I'm fucking live? Do anything. Okay, what have I got that's in my list? Let's go back to 2023. Have I got anything that's no recorded activity? I've got a few things actually. I've got one called The Last Remnant, which is the first game I ever bought on Steam and I never played it. And I don't know why. And I bought it back in like 2014. And every now and again I see it and I think maybe I should actually play it.
Is it that's that JRPG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting.
What else? I'm just going through. WildStar. I'd love to play WildStar. Every Zoomer watching is like, what the fuck is WildStar?
I'm very nerdy in how I categorize my Steam games, and I specifically have a category called the-dead games, where I just throw.
That's actually quite funny. Okay, so I've got Darkness 2 is on that list of things that I'll play one day. What else we got? Origami is another one that I just picked up thinking one day I'd play it. What else? I have Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. When the fuck did I buy Ty the Tasmanian Tiger? What the fuck?
Listen, it was in a bundle, right? Back when you could buy a million games for $3
I have
on
never bought
So-
bundles. I have never bought bundles in my entire
Never
life.
bought. Oh wow.
I've never. So at some point, I looked at the Tasmanian Tiger and thought, this is a game I should own.
That's a very boomer thing to admit. I feel that you've never bought a bundle on Steam.
I never liked the bundles. I was just like, I felt bad. Oh, Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Is another one.
The guy who said Dishonored. If you haven't played Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, that's an interesting game.
Yeah, Morale would actually really like that. Morale would really like that. What else have we got? I don't know why I bought Wasteland 3. I will never play it.
I have it on Game Pass, so I'll never play it. Which Game Pass is a whole other can of worms.
Do you feel games are devalued if you don't pay for them? Because I find this, like, if I get something like on a subscription, I'm just like, well, I don't value you now.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Because like when you pay money to something, you're attached to it. That's why free-to-play games are set up to essentially try to get you to spend money as quickly as possible. And Game Pass is really interesting also because I think Game Pass has hurt a lot of games, especially in the past couple of years. Here's some insider baseball. So a lot of Game Pass deals were signed in like 2019, 2020. When Game Pass was very small. We're talking like 2 to 5 million users, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then all these games got delayed. They're coming out now or whatever, where Game Pass is now 15, 20 million users, right? And so unless you've restructured that deal, you're basically killing all of your sales because you're on Game Pass. Game Pass has also killed just the retail market for Xbox just to begin with. So I don't know how it is in the UK, but if you go into like a Walmart or a Best Buy here, you rarely see Xbox games because of Game Pass. But Game Pass is really like I don't know if I doubt there's any developers listening, but be very careful with your Game Pass deals. Like my recommendation for everybody is to wait a year, get your first year of sales, that's your core audience, and then put it on Game Pass.
Well, this was also like the issue with the Epic Game exclusives, right? Like it just didn't.
Oh yeah,
it just didn't pay off the way people thought it was.
Most people only have the Epic Game Store for Fortnite and to play free games.
I wanna wheel back quickly to my Steam list because I found a game these are some games that like I look at now and again. There is one game that I bought recently which is not really playable yet at a good standard. Maybe it is now, but it wasn't when I bought it. The Last Train Home is like a tactical, like real-time strategy game, where you're just taking a train back from a war.
Oh, The Last Ride Home?
The Last Ride Home, yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that game.
Yeah, I saw that and I was really like, I thought that was really interesting. I actually really want to play Assassin's Creed.
Story, I believe, too.
Yeah. I like,
so,
I like stuff like that. I think that's I want something new and interesting. Did I F? Is my stream dead? Okay, I'm gonna assume not. It's not one person. The Czechoslovakian Legion.
Yeah.
I would like to play Assassin's Creed Syndicate at some point because I really like Assassin's Creed Unity.
So I would say Syndicate suffered from the sins of Unity.
Okay. Depressing.
And this is with a lot of things, and this is why you're not going to see another Dragon Age game for another 10, 15 years at the earliest, is that a lot of times you can have a really good game right after a really bad game in the same franchise, and unless you are really good at the messaging, you're going to take a dip. And it sucks. That's one of the reasons why I think games should be evaluated not in the first year of sales, but should be a 3 to 5 year, forecast in order to properly evaluate if a game is successful or not. But that's a different story.
I think with
The
certain games, you can tell a game's bad. Like, there's especially. Do you know? It's interesting. I look at like talking obviously about Monster Hunter and stuff, but I look at things like No Man's Sky, which basically they just went, we're just going to fix it. We're just going to fix the game. It'll be fine. But I also look at things like Wild Hearts, which was is a Monster Hunter clone from EA, and they killed development 7 months in, so there were no further updates. And I bought this recently, and I was like, this is fun, but there are no future updates, and it killed my enthusiasm for this game. That, God, you know, I mean, there must be somebody at EA who was involved in this project right now who was like, fuck, we should have kept supporting that.
So I would say that the EA Originals label is a bit of a death sentence. Because EA has, well, you know, I'm not gonna, because that's so I don't know if you remember, like 10 years ago, Activision tried to bring back Sierra, and they made a new King's Quest and stuff. And the idea was we're going to have this almost like an indie label within like a larger studio sort of thing, right? Where we're going to publish some more like unique and interesting games. But a lot of times they didn't get the internal support they actually needed to be successful, and so it kind of killed the label. I feel like that's where a lot of these EA Originals games are. If you look at if you look at the games that are in the EA Originals label, and there's other reasons, and there's other, you know, there's obviously quality reasons, but outside of like the Split Fiction It Takes Two developer, who's really good, all the other ones really haven't like hit the mark where they wanted it to. And I think that and I'm not sure, you know, I don't have any insider knowledge on this, but I feel like inside EA, because I don't know if they actually own those IPs, to be honest. I don't know what the structure of those is, but they seem to not get the same level of support as some of the other EA games. Or it could also be like they're not putting any good people on it. Because I thought that Wild Hearts was interesting, but I felt like the marketing campaign for it was just dog shit.
Yeah, it was terrible. Terrible.
And so you know, and so I feel like it wasn't the right people. I don't think it was the right people in the right fit in order to manage that campaign, which is a big thing. Like you need good people to run these campaigns for good games in order for them to be good.
But
And
it's
not,
also like, weirdly, I think there's also an element of someone who's a fan of this genre. There are a couple of like Monster Hunter clones, like oh god, God Eater, and there's another one which is like set in. It's actually very like Wild Hearts, basically.
I actually played God Eater for a little bit.
Yeah, it's good, but it very rarely goes on sale, so it's like always full price, and that puts off a section of the player base because it's like
100%.
You know, and it's just like a sale would really help these games, ironically. And I think that's also true of things like Dynasty Warriors and Dynasty Warrior clones.
Oh, they would be, and a lot of especially a lot of, you know, I have spoken the praises of Japanese publishers a lot. To speak of some of the negatives, they have big issues with how they kind of long tail their catalog. And I don't think that they maximize it as much as they could in terms of getting players into some of these older games. Like,
yeah, because I mean, it should be so easy, and you know, well, I mean, for some,
it's not hard.
You know.
It's not hard, but they're just like, well, we sold it here this time, and sometimes there's other relationships with like retail and the consoles that also mix it up. You know, it's very easy to say, oh, well, we're going to do 50% on Steam, but how does that relate to consoles? Sometimes, I think, you know, sometimes Sony has approval on certain things depending on how the game was published and stuff. So sometimes they don't set themselves up for success where they could be, in order to be like, oh yeah, you know what, we're going to discount this game for $10 for the next year, so then we have a good enough, you know, player base that's played it enough where we can then message a sequel. right?
Yeah.
And it is true that with a lot of these games, some of the reasons why you're seeing like revivals of older IPs is because they're seeing the catalog sales from like COVID and past COVID, because they didn't have new games to sell, so they just had their back catalog to work on, and they're like, oh, people are actually buying these games, so let's make a new one. I think that's what happened with that's what happened with Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And so that's something that I think that a lot of Japanese developers are a little behind for that.
One thing that was asked in the chat earlier, which I want to reel back to, and
And by the way, if you want me to get off, just let me know.
No. This is.
Yeah.
Listen, this has been. Believe me, if I wanted to end the conversation, I would have ended it like an hour ago. This very much has become me talking to you while chat sort of sits here and like hopefully is entertained. But I'm very interested. Obviously,
I'm trying to answer questions that I can, so I'm not a streamer. So
well, no, I think.
Pardon me, chat, if I'm not doing good here.
No. This is. I mean, I think this is really interesting. Obviously, I'm a drama channel, so it's weird to some extent to hear me talk about like video game stuff. So it won't be for everyone, but like, listen, I'm enjoying it. So, what if you can say, if you were a betting man, which AAA studio do you think is in the most trouble?
Outside of Embracer?
Outside of Embracer, like, who do you see?
Oh, Ubisoft, 100%. Dude, I don't know what's going to happen there. I have a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that I don't feel good with saying publicly. But there is some shady stuff going on with that. With Ubisoft. 100%. I would not be surprised if they close the studio and then I would not be surprised if they take it private, close Ubisoft, and then create something from its ashes.
That's interesting. What do you think's caused that with Ubisoft? I mean, I think it's from what I've seen in the media is like
hit in 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, they seem to have could have had an easy slam dunk with this boat combat game.
Oh, don't. Oh god. Oh god. You had talk about a game that was in development for 10 years too long, dude. It is insane. I don't trust the Ubisoft leadership.
They have leadership?
It's been the same guy forever.
I mean,
when I look at Atari and be like, "Oh, you're making better business decisions than Ubisoft," you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's yeah, Ubisoft is the one that I think is in the most trouble right now. They're the one that I think would be I think they're the one that would be the most likely to fold as a large game publisher, and that would be bad. You know, I talked about Vivendi. One of the reasons why the gaming industry is in the state that it is now is because the original THQ folded, and that made so many people more risk averse to gaming IP. Like if you actually look at the from a AAA perspective, if you look at the creation of new IPs, you actually see a lot of creativity until THQ folds, because they were a big publisher, and a lot of people were just like, oh shit, they did stuff wrong, so we need to be much more risk averse. And I think that also killed the AA market. It killed a lot of licensing crap. Was obviously, it was gaming slop.
Well, I mean, we talk about this as the golden age of AA and of indie titles, but we have just seen a million fucking side scrollers, and yeah, you get your gems, but most of them are crap. And actually, one thing that's been really interesting, I follow a load of people on Twitter who are small game devs. Laureate, There's one called Lauren or something where like where you're like basically using pickaxes to climb through a giant maze. It's kind of like Blame, the manga. And there's some really interesting ideas.
Love
but
Blame. Blame is the best manga of all time.
Oh,
Don't at me.
fucking okay. Yeah, no, I actually agree with you. I'm a massive fan of Biomega as well. So
I have not read. I'm not a manga guy. I'm not gonna lie. Blame is like one of three I've read.
If you like Blame,
So
it's same author.
okay.
Yeah, read Biomega. Biomega's great.
Like his stuff. The movie hurt my soul.
I was like, I was happy to see it get a movie, right? But it would have been better to get a series.
Yeah, but Blame is great, especially. I think it was the easiest as a grimdark 40k guy. It was the easiest one for me to get into. Sorry for a derail.
No, you're good. But we're seeing like this age of almost 3D indie games coming about now. There's another one where it's like you're a one-armed robot and the whole game's like you can parry anything, including like a nuke. So we're starting to see that, but it does feel like one dev does something in the indie market and then everyone just copies it for like 4 to 10 years. And it's kind of like, do you remember when everyone was making, God, what was that fucking game called? Where it was basically a Mario clone, but about making the H-bomb.
Yeah, from the guy who made the line puzzle game.
Yeah.
That was the first big one.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it, but that is a very good example because that was one of the first large. That was one of the first big indie games, and it was at a time. There was a reason why it was made that way, by the way. Because it came on the Xbox 360, and the Xbox 360 had a requirement for downloadable games that it had to fit on the 512 megabyte memory card. Great, thank you.
Right, there we go, yeah.
So it had to fit on the 512 gigabyte memory card because since the hard drive was optional, that was what you had. So that's why I actually think that the Xbox 360 area of indie games is the most interesting because they had some unique design constraints around memory issues and stuff that they had to navigate. And so it actually came out with some really interesting things because that's also Castle Crashers and that whole thing. And also the market, Steam was popular, but it was still looked at as like a third platform. Console was still primary for indie games, so there was more controls, and I don't think necessarily those controls were a good thing, but Microsoft had a lot of control over what they published, right? But it's sometimes it's really sad when you look back and see a lot of those classic game devs, classic indie game devs. A lot of them are one-hit wonders, where they'll like make a game, they may make a follow-up.
Well, this was the thing with Undertale, right?
I mean, he's still cracking.
But
no, update's coming soon.
Yeah.
On Deltarune.
Yeah.
You just gotta wait.
Yeah.
You just gotta wait. Now we will be in our 50s, retired when it finally comes out.
Yeah. And then we
only have to wait another 10 years for Star Citizen.
And then you've got something like Dwarf Fortress, which is constantly updated all the time, and the dev is, no one's gonna let him ever die.
No. He will be put on the golden throne and be forced to make Dwarf Fortress for the next 20,000 years. As all things should be.
As all things should be. Well, look, this has been really enjoyable. I would love to chat to you again. Because this is right. Some off stream as well, because I'm just generally interested. But yeah, thank you for the insight. This has been, it's quite a turn in the content from me ranting about fucking shit.
I'm sorry for the largest derail for 3 hours.
It's been a great derail. I've really enjoyed it. So
are there any more questions from the chat that they want, or
let's if there's any well, I think there was one that was interesting, which was what do you think Bethesda's in trouble?
Oh, that's a good question. No.
Because it's got Microsoft. Do you think Todd Howard is going to leave? Do you think he's done?
I think Todd Howard is on his way out. And that is just speculation on my part. But he's also 55, and he lives in Bethesda, Maryland. So I would assume that he would like to retire at some point.
Well, I mean, he can open a shop selling all the fucking bobby pins that people have sent him, telling him to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also have to remember that Bethesda is an interesting like umbrella company now because they also manage the id
Yeah.
software stuff. They also manage technically the Indiana Jones game, I believe, was done by Bethesda. So I think Todd Howard would probably leave after Elder Scrolls 6 would be my guess. I think that's going to be my that's what I think is going to happen. I think that he's going to finish Elder Scrolls 6 and be like, and now I'm going to retire. That would be my guess. And that's another thing. It's like when we talk about a lot of these, guys who have been in games for so long, they're all getting old too. So
Yeah, and I think my biggest concern, and I think the biggest concern a lot, is because the people who are coming up under this corporate structure. So I don't.
And Bethesda has a very toxic corporate structure too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll just say this. I don't know if it's still a policy, but they used to have a policy that if you left Bethesda, you could never come back to Bethesda.
Really?
Yeah. Like that. I don't know if that's still around. That was pre-COVID. Was when I heard that, and that provided some problems. That was before the Microsoft merger, so I don't know if that's still the thing, but that was actually an issue for Arcane for a long time. Arcane had a lot of developer issues because Lyons is a very small is fairly small in France in terms of the gaming workforce, and they just got to a point where like they were having issues hiring developers because they had that policy.
Interesting. Especially with the turnover of like, well, the game's done, so get the fuck out.
Yeah, and that could have been a ZeniMax policy and not Bethesda, so don't quote me on that, but that was, there's something to be said for, I don't know, being like the Emperor's Child and going out to the wilds to learn how the world actually works and then coming back.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing that with Blizzard with Chris Metzen a little bit, right? He left and came back and things seem to be doing better, but there was a policy at
Yeah, but I mean, WoW definitely needed
there was a policy
return.
somewhere over there that was not something you could do for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I've been playing the new World of Warcraft expansion. It's actually good. It's actually good. I was really pleasantly surprised. Okay, I actually have two questions. One's quick and one you may not be able to answer. Okay. So we'll go for the quick one, which is thoughts on Arcanum of Steamworks Obscura. Magic and Steamworks Obscura.
You mean the greatest game that has never had a sequel?
Yeah, the greatest game that's never had a sequel. Okay, cool. That's enough. Yeah, that's.
You mean the Warhammer, the old world CRPG we never got?
Yeah, pretty much.
That game?
Yeah, that game. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's a response I was expecting. I was just interested. And thoughts on Randy Pitchford? This is the one that you may not be able to answer, and that's fine.
I hope my pregnant silence says a lot. But Randy Pitchford has invaded my personal life a little bit too much.
Okay.
Because I used to like to go to the Magic Castle, which is in Hollywood, California.
Okay.
And he styles himself as a magician. Magic is his passion. And so he bought it. and it hasn't been great since then. And so that's the best way to describe Randy Pitchford. Is magic is his passion.
That's it's not the answer I expected, but I will definitely take it. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, I've got thoughts on Disco Elysium and how all three of its children's studios are never actually going to make anything nearly as good, if they make anything at all.
Disco Elysium was lightning in a bottle that will never happen again.
Yeah.
It was a weird art collective, right?
Yeah.
Disco Elysium is, I don't know, it was a 1960s psychedelic scene.
Do you know what made Disco Elysium work, which both the fan base and I think that many of the devs breaking away from it don't understand? Disco Elysium worked because, wheeling right back to the early conversation, Disco Elysium is a politically, ideologically driven game that presents other ideologies reasonably.
100%, and I agree with you. And that's why I think it's as good as it is.
Yeah.
It's also a game that tried not to be everything to everybody, but it turned out that everybody was kind of into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, have you played? So I will give one interesting game recommendation. Since we just talked about Steampunk Magic Obscura, and we talked about Disco Elysium. There is a game that came out on Steam, I think last year, that is called Sovereign Syndicate. Have you heard of it?
I've heard of it. I didn't play it.
It is a Disco Elysium style game, but it takes place in a steampunk Victorian world where you play as a minotaur.
Okay, that sounds fucking awesome. Okay. I'll pick that up.
It's a little rough. Yeah, so
I'll pick it up. Maybe I'll play it on Steam, on stream.
Yeah, one interesting thing about Disco Elysium is there hasn't really been, obviously all the spiritual successors have kind of died that were made by the core team, but no one's tried to really ape it yet.
Yeah, and I think that is the next stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so we can leave it.
We'll leave it there for now. I think we're going to talk more in the future. I like doing gaming streams, obviously, and like putting them on members. I think it might be really fun to grab you for some of those as well. And for general media stuff. But yeah, thank you so much. This has been really, really good.
No problem. Awesome talking to you. Glad I could provide a good conversation.
Yeah,
so
it was brilliant. Brilliant. All right, well, yeah, I'll say good night.
I might post dwarves in the art chat at some point. So.
Please do. Please do. And chill out. And listen, we'll chat probably over the weekend, frankly.
All right, no, sounds good.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks very much, buddy. Catch you in a bit. Bye.
All right, see ya.
Well, that was a lovely distraction. That's... Dude, occasionally I see other people like end up talking to industry insiders, and it's like, I'd love to have more conversations like that. That was really interesting for me. I hope it was really interesting for you guys. I definitely want to do more stuff like that. Thank you so much for coming on, Arkney. Fucking hell. Listen, that's quite a turn for the stream. Listen, I have a load of super chats to read out. I'm not done yet. I just got raided as well. Thank you, Rezi. I didn't want to put up another goal because I wasn't going to read them during the conversation. But you guys have been very generous, obviously. So I will read all these. Fucking hell. Right, where do we get to? Welcome in, Rezi Raiders. I hope you're good. Sorry, I'm just coming off the back of like a couple of hour-long conversation with someone from the game industry, which was fucking hell. I am sad I'm not going to be able to turn it into content, but I cannot fucking wait to have the conversation with this guy about some of the stuff he can't tell me on camera. I cannot wait. I really want to hear some of these fucking stories. No one else is streaming now, I think. This is fucking captured. Come in. Come in, listen to Beckett talk about fucking video games. Right, okay. Let's read these super chats. Let's get through these. And then actually, I'm sort of inspired to show a couple of things as well. So I don't know if we'll end. Okay. Where were we? Artemis with the 5. I still want an AC game set during the 80s, 90s rap scene. It would be really cool to interact with Tupac, Biggie Smalls, Bless, the whole shebang. Okay, yeah, that would just be a fucking great game. Morale with 10. Can you ask what he thinks about the Halo franchise? We did that, and that was answered. Access with the 5. Why are we talking about Failguard? I need the 411. I got very annoyed on Twitter and fucking basically... I was in bed, guys. I was in bed tweeting and got so annoyed I went and came and turned on the live. That's how much this pissed me off. 5 from Nate. How are you doing, Nate? Sorry, I didn't say hi, but how you doing, Nate? Disagree. Gaming has a telos problem. The problem with games is well described by the argument between Tolkien and C.S. Lewis about allegory. I cannot remember what that fucking argument is, but I do vaguely remember it. Axis with the 10. You have to be careful about the break-off creatives though. If you pick one wrong, you get released Mighty Number 9. You pick right, you get Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, like, I've never been super into side-scrollers other than Mega Man, but I have watched all the lore for Bloodstained. It's really good. Oh, fuck, there's another, like, top-down one, which is, like this super brutal turn-based RPG. I need to remember what the fuck that was, because I wanted to talk about that game at some point. Access with the 10. Nate with the 10. In order to own something, you must be able to alienate others from access and reasonably be able to prevent yourself from being alienated. I'm not sure that's even possible digitally. Yeah, I think the question will come down to licensing and permanent licensing, because the big problem now is you get things like Final Space. Is it Final Space, where they basically, like, the studio just, like, pulled all the episodes of it, like the licenses, as a tax write-off, which was fucked. And Alf with the 2. Hello, Mr. Cope. Do you remember me? I do, buddy. I do, buddy. It's good to see you. It's nice to see you drop by. Sorry that I wasn't reading stuff while I was going through things, because I do remember that you like to play the odd game. And if you're still around, I'm happy to play. But I didn't want to cut the conversation too much. But it's good to see you. Steve, that was such an awesome combo, though. Damn, I love that. Listen, I'm glad people enjoy it. Obviously, I don't know if obviously, like, it's not a secret that I'm a gamer. I'm obviously pretty closely followed to the games industry. I have been even before Gamergate, and I have a deep interest in it. So I love conversations like this, and you know, I've been a gamer. God, listen, I played games since I was like 3 years old, literally. Some of my earliest memories are playing on a Sega Mega Drive. I have gamed literally my whole life. So you're still up? I am still up. We were just wrapping a conversation. Now, is it really just me? Now I feel obliged. Video games are neat, true. Why are you awake? You're not a water Latina? What the fuck is a water Latina? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Because I had stuff up and now I've closed it. But I wanted to find something which was I want to make some comparisons here from some of the stuff we were talking about. Because There were definitely things. Thank you for the 20. Hello, board. Thank you, buddy. Let's continue to talk about Veilguard. Now, I'm trying to work out, there was one particular review I watched, which was basically going over it. Like the Veil, I think it's Mortimer Gaming. I think it was this one. And this was a fucking interesting review to watch because it was brutal. But there is another one which is of a similar length, and I think it is Skill Up. I think it is this one.
This video is brought to you by...
In fact, I think it's these two. These two reviews were the ones that I watched. Mortismel is negative. Skill Up is positive, I believe. And I find it really interesting because they cover the same points with different emphasis. We're not going to watch all of these. Obviously, these are like 40 minutes long. There is another fucking review of this game I want to watch. But I find some of this fascinating, so we'll just watch a bit of it.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for Dragon Age The Veilguard. The long-awaited next entry into the Dragon Age series following, of course, Inquisition back in 2014. This game is trying to do a lot of things with changes to the formula that are expected given how long it's been, but are nonetheless certain to, I would say, split opinions on this one. But before we dive into that, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a link below to a video covering everything I go over. My Steam profile is public and linked below as well, though a couple more notes on this one in particular. We're obviously a few days out from the official launch of the game, which means that A, you won't actually see it on my Steam profile for a little bit, as if you are completely unaware, unreleased games are typically hidden in that way until they officially release, so I can see it, but you won't be able to. What's more, though, on the subject of the achievements, and obviously how I'm bringing you this review, that is because I got an early copy of the game.
We'll go ahead.
But from there, let's talk about what Dragon Age The Veilguard is all about. Now, obviously, there's a big switch to a more action-oriented system that is different from even Inquisition, which, while itself more action-oriented than, say, Origins, still had a very tactics-based system. And I'm happy to report that while this does absolutely have much more of an action focus, it does actually retain some of that tactics-based system in a way that meshes pretty well with what they're going for here. So while I realize that change in direction won't be for everybody, I do think the way it is implemented here is solid and leads to a fun combat system that was fun to explore with all the different classes I played while, of course, checking out all the different
I got these the wrong way around. Is this the positive one?
story options at the same time. Unsurprisingly, there
Fuck. Veilguard left such a low impression on me. I remember more about the reviews, and I still barely remember the fucking reviews.
there's a lot of options you have when dealing with quests and the like that lead you to big outcomes. Now, again, don't want to touch on that stuff in any great depth, but the blending of that choice and consequence, the lore of the Dragon Age series as a whole that I really love. If you've watched the channel at all, I'm a big fan of the universe at play here, and broadly, I think the game does a really good job with that, while also making combat more fun than it has been in previous entries.
Oh yeah, this is the positive one. Okay.
At the very least, to me. Though I certainly wouldn't call the game perfect, I do think there are some points where it could have done better, which we'll get into over the course of this.
Okay. So let's try the skill up one.
Brilliant. Pick up a new skill or just learn more about things like science, math, engineering, computer science, and so much more thanks to Brilliant's accessible and interactive. I expect that
Skill up was the more negative one. Okay, cool. So we'll see. We've seen his intro. Let's look at skill ups.
I want to begin this review the same way I did my Final Fantasy 16 review, which is to say that reviews are opinions. This is my opinion and my opinion only. I expect that there will be a broad...
Looks clunky and lame. Yeah. It just... Do people remember what old Dragon Age looked like? Let's look at Origins. Let's just look at how Origins looked. In fact, let's look at Josh Strife Hayes, because you all know I love Josh.
Age Veilguard has just released, so I'm going to celebrate the only way I know how, by going back to the...
I'm very bored, insanely. Provide suggestions, please. Thank you for the 50. Have you played Monster Hunter Wilds yet? Because that's how all this started, and I'm playing a lot of that. I'm also... What are the suggestions? Fuck. All the Caiaphas Cain novels are currently out on Audible, and I've been listening to those. They're pretty fucking good. What else? Trying to think of suggestions for boredom. Insane boredom. What do I do to cure insane boredom? I usually try to, like, make something. Making something is good. Modeling. I think this is why I end up doing Gundams and stuff. Alternatively, other good games could include, or other good boredom killers could include cooking, Balataro, Satisfactory. Is Satisfactory a boredom killer? Learn knitting. I need to learn knitting at some point. I want to make a scarf. I have like loads of wool left over from my mum, so I should probably do something with that at some point. Or maybe just like make a web. I'll make a web somewhere. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Fuck it. Cannibalism? Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay, firstly, I'm gonna say this. Hold this image in your head, just very quickly, and then we're gonna talk about cannibalism, okay? We're gonna listen, you've sidelined me, Alf, because you've said something that somebody sent me something today, and now I have to talk about it. Right, look how, like, look at the blood spatter effect, the darkness of it, like, there's an element of realism, and then you just look at this. What is this? Hold on, where is it? You're starting to see the problem in the change of art styles between those two things. Anyway. Let's take a sideline.
Rebels. Welcome back.
Let's take a sideline and talk about Rosanna Pansino briefly. Briefly, okay? Briefly. Because, as many of you will know from the Dogpat drama, I hate this woman. I hate this fucking woman. And she is currently involved in a drama with a load of other female women YouTubers where they essentially called her out for smoking her dad's ashes in a cannabis in a cannibalism in a cannabis plant, okay? And we are going to watch Rosanna Pansino cry. This is the most retarded drama. This is the most retarded drama of 2025. And I got sent this today, and I was like, what the fuck?
Ridiculous. I just got in last night from the plane. We were traveling. We were on a fundraising trip.
This was 6 hours ago.
Been affected by the LA fires. They were pretty tough this year.
This ties into cannibalism? Yes. When she was called out for this, they said that it was basically cannibalism. I was wondering, listen, this isn't like stream worthy, like whole stream, but like this is a perfect segue into this. Okay.
And it was just an amazing trip. It was with Drew Brees' charity. But for this episode, it's just going to be me. It's cozy. We're sitting in the chairs today, drinking tea, and I'm hanging out with the dogs. So for everyone listening to this podcast, if you hear snoring, it's just my bulldogs. I just really wanted to talk about some things that have been going on. I think it's important to start with this. I believe Tana when she said that a guy said something inappropriate to her on set, like he sexually harassed her on the set of Escape the Night. When she told me on set, I fully had her back and I said, I'm so sorry that happened to you and you should tell Joey. What he said to Tana was wrong, and him waiting until she was alone to say it is very telling that he knew that what he was doing was wrong. I'm proud of Tana for speaking up. She told me, she told Joey later.
So she's covering herself in this drama that she's currently involved in, okay? She's covering herself in this drama. Now, she was called out during this whole drama thing. Rosanna Pansino is for some reason on her drama arc. And we're going to see how that's going.
It's even within the and said what I did was illegal.
Daughter, smoke me. That authority.
Okay.
I hope the authorities have berated them.
Okay.
Over and over and over again for public.
I need to find the right place. Okay.
Trish even said that she's never seen me like the night or being on set. Canceled and Brooke and Paige to put it out there that it was illegal, insinuating that I'm a criminal and that I was a cannibal. Completely
On International Women's Day as well. I know, I'm a monster.
Devastated me. Like, I thought Tana and I were friends. We've known each other for so many years. We've worked on projects together. I messaged her. I have looked to her for advice. Like, I literally invited her to my nephew's birthday. Like, I have just never been through something like that. And I don't think that I have ever felt this upset. Like, I snapped. I'm going to pause right here and just play some of the clips of her mocking me, calling me a cannibal, and reducing me to nothing more than a YouTuber who smoked her dead dad.
Like at 9:30 in the morning, I'm standing there like fully ready, like in a fucking gown. And I'm having a YouTuber tell me that their parent just passed away and they turned their ashes into marijuana and then they smoked their parent. And I'm like, it's 9:30 in the morning and I'm downtown and this YouTuber is telling me about how they smoked their dead parent. And
Yeah, this is the natural reaction of anybody. Firstly, I've said this multiple times about my dead mum. I talk about this fairly regularly. I'm pretty open about the fact this had an impact on me. It's one of the reasons I ended up fucking streaming. But people have, over the years, taken shots at me being like, your mum's dead, you know, or making like jokes about raping my dead mother. I've had DMs. I got a DM once that said that somebody was going to dig up my mother and rape her in front of me. And I'm going to be honest with you, I made that fair game. That's how I view it. I don't mind the dead mum jokes. I've made this into I've talked about it publicly. I'm a drama content creator. It's fair game. You smoked your dad's ashes. Like, you made this into content. You put it on the internet. Obviously, people are gonna have fucking commentary on it. That is an insane thing to say to somebody. I'm sorry. It's just wild. Okay? Fuck me.
Is that against the law?
That's like cannibalism.
I don't know, dude.
Way, shape, or form.
And I'm just like, geez Louise, what did I rope myself into, right? What do you mean I'm being chained to the ceiling in a meat freezer in a gown right now at 9 a.m. downtown and this YouTuber just smoked their dead parent? What do you mean? Okay?
It's hard for me to talk about this. I'm just extremely still sensitive about this. But for me, it crossed a line. That's my dad. When you're vulnerable and you open up and you share intimate details about your life with the public, like, you expect random people to be judgmental, but not your friends. It may not be something that they would do, but I wouldn't expect them to be mean or mock me. They were laughing at me and calling me a cannibal. A cannibal? I honestly don't understand why Tana didn't just talk to me like if I was annoying her instead of blasting it on the internet on.
Why didn't she come to me personally and call me a cannibal? You fucking kidding me? What? They didn't mention my name in the clip. To be fair, they didn't mention my name in the clip, but how many YouTubers do you know who've smoked their dead father as content? It wasn't exactly fucking hard to work out, was it? Like,
multiple podcasts. She didn't just go on one podcast. She went on multiple podcasts and mocked me over and over and over again for views. She may not understand this, but
Rosanna should embrace the yes, absolutely. She should be like, yes, I'd do it again.
people have been harassing me since I uploaded the first episode of my podcast. Just to give you guys an understanding of some of the judgmental comments that I have been receiving for months, I'm just going to play a clip right here. It's of these three guys. They have a podcast where they usually just talk about sports, but they took a break from talking about sports to shit all over me and say some of the meanest, judgmental, and just, it's beyond cruel. Like, some of the things that they said is like, my dad deserved to die and shit like that. Like, it's just like straight up evil.
To me, that's a little bit over the top. Why wouldn't you just like roll one up and smoke it in his honor, I guess? I mean, one, you're growing weed at your house, so I hope the authorities have berated that studio and got taken care of that. Yeah, you deserve to go to jail. This is a jail time thing for me. Really? Your jail time are 6 months under supervision of some authority. You know, I just don't know how we got here. I just don't. At what point does it come to your head? You know what? When I die, smoke me. Smoke me. Daughter, smoke me.
That guy was a cult leader. 100%.
Some people are better off dead. I mean, it's just the truth. It might hurt.
Okay, listen. That's a pretty harsh take. That. I'll give that to Rosanna. That's a pretty harsh thing to say about somebody. At the same time, if somebody came to me and said, smoke me after I'm dead, my answer would be no. Like, and again, I get it. Like, people pass away, you want to celebrate them in particular. Literally, I get it fully. But also, at some points, I'll give you like a position for myself. I still have my mum's ashes in the house. I don't feel ready to spread my mum's ashes. At some point, I need to do that. That's a thing that I need to do. But that's sort of like honoring their wishes, but also, I'm not ready to take that step yet. If, however, and if and when I take that step, if I don't, atrophy and die beforehand, if I filmed that and put it on YouTube of me spreading my mum's ashes, I think people would be within their right to be like, this is a pretty fucking weird thing to put on YouTube. On the other side, if I took my mother's ashes and smoked them, I would understand if quite a few people who know me thought I'd lost my fucking mind and wanted to disassociate. Oh, 20. Mr. Board, me. Fuck. Thanks, buddy. You started this. You caused this. You caused the cannibalism conversation.
Hurt some feelings, but they just are. Well, I mean, I just think his dying wish was terrible. I don't know if he did,
Well,
I wouldn't say that. I think that's
I mean, if that's your dying wish, how great was your? I mean, what, I don't know.
I mean, they spread information and said what I did was illegal. It's not. They said my dad was a cult leader for doing this. They said he deserved to die. I understand that this is not a clip from Tana, but it's three friends, like her three friends sitting around, and they're saying something that's in the realm of these hateful people.
I'd like to point out, before anyone starts feeling like bad for Rosanna, she accused Mr. Beast of knowingly, supporting Chris Tyson in the sharing of, child pornography. This person accused Mr. Beast of having a work group chat where they were sharing child porn. I have no fucking sympathy for this crybully shit. Yeah, no, guys, listen, it's really sad, and it's really difficult for me. Do you remember that time I tried to destroy a man's career, reputation, and life through false allegations? Do you guys remember that? The fuck? We're meant to be... it's kind of like it's karma? Yeah, a little bit. Just a touch.
It's even within the realm. Like, they're saying it's illegal. They're insinuating I'm a criminal for it. They're saying I'm a cannibal. Like, the judgmental tone of that video, it broke my fucking heart. And I think I just snapped and I just saw red. And I think Tana hit below the belt. Like, you do not mock your friend's dead dad. That is hurtful and that is mean.
So mean. There's so many things to do. What have I ever done other than, you know, spreading false allegations and, you know, distracting the investigation around Ava Chris Tyson, who was, you know, probably grooming minors in a Discord and making it all about the business practices of Mr. Beast off my own, you know, self-centered obsessions. Out for the 10. Don't mean it about your stream / topic being boring, but funny Rosanna is involved with cannibalism. Kind of hot. Well, I mean, she does sell feet pics. Does she sell them or does she just have them rated? Fucking bitch. She's like legitimate crazy eyes. She's like, Rosanna's a really interesting person on the internet because she's right on the edge of YouTube aristocracy. You know, like in like, you know, in like a fucking like classical history where somebody like gets kind of kicked out of the court and they're still an aristocrat, but they're living in the countryside somewhere and everyone sort of laughs when they talk about them at court. That's who Rosanna is.
It's fucked up. I shouldn't have anything to do with the Escape the Night story. She threw me in there as she was talking about her negative experiences on set, and I was a part of the negative experiences. Sorry, my dog is trying to find a seat. She's scratching around in her seat. This is why you have dogs. Sometimes they'll just like do silly things and they'll make you laugh and like they'll turn a sad day into a good one. It's been a weird week and I just want to say thank you because I've seen thousands of comments on T channels that have been supportive of me and understanding of why I feel the way that I do. Even people who don't agree with everything that I say, they at least are being supportive and understanding of why I feel the way that I feel, like they get it. And I just want to say thank you because this just sucks. People are like, well, you made a video to talk about her. Yes, in response, because she did it first. A lot of Tana's followers who just follow her blindly through everything that she does, they were saying, well, Tana wasn't mocking you. She didn't use you by name. What other...
If you can't make dead parent jokes, are your friends really your friends? Thanks for the 5. Yeah, I mean, when my mum died, I was talking to some very old friends, and we've all had interesting experiences with our parents, especially in our teenage years. And one of our friends, his mum is a complete piece of shit. Like, really, really bad. Like she's very mentally unwell. She's really fucked her kids up. And we were all joking because another one of our friends, like their parents have died. And we were sat there going, you know, it's going to be this guy's mum who survives the longest, isn't it? The worst of all of our parents is going to be the one that lasts the longest. There is no fucking justice to this shit. We joke about it. Of course we did. Like, what else are we meant to do? That's what your friends are for. This kind of stuff, though. Are you really friends or are you just like content creators? I wouldn't expect any sort of like mercy or like any off-limits topics from other commentators. Realistically speaking. If they're public, they're public. They're fair game. And I think we all know that YouTube works this way. And this, again, is from Rosanna Pansino, who was prepared to falsely like leak things and lie about them. She lied about them to try and destroy a man's career and credibility because she was moved a place in the editing on a hide and seek game. This is a woman who is near her 40s. This is fucking pathetic.
Their famous YouTuber has done what I did. It's a very unique thing. It's not hard to figure out. You know the tone. You can see right through it. I'm not the only person who thought that this was messed up. There was other commentary channels who noticed it, clocked it, and said something. I'm going to play a clip right here of one of them.
I don't think Rosanna deserves the slander, okay? She was just trying to make some conversation.
Like, it's 9:30 in the morning and I'm downtown and this YouTuber is telling me about how they smoked their dead parent. And
Is that against the law?
That's like cannibalism.
I don't know, Jude.
Stop.
Okay.
And I'm just...
Okay, all of you stop it.
Yeah, I was
That's
like,
not
leave
a thing.
Rosanna Panzino alone. It was a
Hold
touch.
on. I'm just going to actually Google this. I'm actually going to Google it. Is it illegal to smoke someone's ashes? USA. No, there is no law in the United States that makes it illegal to smoke someone's ashes, as it is not a legal or regulated practice. It's not illegal. However, it's against the law to desecrate remains or cremains. Dumping ashes into the sea or off a mountain is acceptable, but this would likely result in a lawsuit. What are these responses on YouTube? I'm not showing you this just in case it comes up with something like super weird. I get a little fucking note from like, we're visiting you from the police. Is it okay to snort a loved one's ashes? Jesus Christ. In almost all states, cremains can be dispersed on private properties with women's consent. Spreading ashes is also allowed in most states. Cannibalism is number one. Thank you for the 10 off. Listen, I just lean into it. I'd be like, that's based. I'd be like, listen, it was based. You come back to me when you've tried it. Don't knock it till you tried it.
Like it was a sweet gesture that she was...
Cannibalism? Do you know what cannibalism is?
No, like ask Armenia.
I just wanted to explain a little bit of why that made me feel so upset, and I hope you guys have a better understanding of that. And I totally get that not everyone will understand. I actually agree with Trish. I just saw on her latest video that she posted that I don't want to make drama videos going back and forth and back and forth. Like, I reached out privately to Trish and apologized for anything that I said that upset her. I told her in my message that I thought she agreed with Tana about being illegal and a cannibal, and I thought they were sitting together and laughing and making fun of me on her podcast.
I walk in and I love, but it's 9 a.m. downtown LA and I haven't slept for an hour, and she's telling me about how she just, and I podcast about this, and then all the comments are like, she's talking about never do that, she's lying. And I'm like, why? Where do you people get off thinking that I would make that up?
I have a text that says that. She texted me that's what she was doing. Yeah.
They are making... What are you talking about? She is clearly making fun of you. She is obviously making fun of you because you turned up and was like, yeah, I just smoked my dad's... Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's a weird thing to say to somebody. That's weird. That's a weird thing to do, okay? It's like, you know, there's this thing of like eating the placenta, okay? Like after like you eat the placenta or something to regain the nutrients or some shit. I don't want to hear that someone's done that. I think that's fucking weird. I think that's a fucking, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if it's being normalized or if some people think it's a bonding experience or it's to like, we're not fucking dogs or like random fucking wild animals. You've got fucking, take a vitamin. Just take a fucking vitamin. I think you're weird, and I will mock you if you tell me you've done it. Mr. Cope is right, do not knock it until you've tried it. Honestly, try everything once, right? Thanks for the 10 off. Thoughts on breast milk cheese? I think that is fucking weird. I think that is weird. Okay? I do not think you should be making products out of anything that comes out of a human. Like, with the exception of wigs. Wigs are the only thing where it's... And even then, actually, do you know what? The idea of wearing someone else's hair? No, fucking weird. Medical transplants are fine, but there's something deeply fucking weird about this shit. Okay? Like, it's a bit body horror-ish. I don't know. No, it's fucking not, Lex. It's wrong. What is wrong with you? What is going on? This fucking everything is edible at least once. You guys need help. You guys need help. There is no God here for you people.
But after hearing Trish's response, I believe her. I believe that she wasn't judging me or making fun of me. I'm not upset with Trish. I am upset with Tana. I also told Trish that I was sorry to hear about what happened to her downtown LA because I didn't know that information. She shared her deeper feelings about it, and then I shared my deeper feelings with her. I expressed to her that I grew up in a very poor area with a very high crime rate. And this is something that's sensitive to me too, because I was constantly talked down to and treated very poorly for much of my life because of it. So to hear people like Tana talk down about the people who live downtown, as in the rickets of LA, it just
I don't want any drama, guys, but this, like, classism stuff from Tana Mongeau is, like, totally not cool, because, like, my family was, like, really poor, guys. We were, like, really poor. I know now that, like, I'm not poor, and I've been on television, and I live in a big house, and it's, like, I don't want drama, but I really think that you should, you know, check your, like, privilege. Fuck off.
brought back a lot of hurt.
You walk in and the production company is all men from like the rickets of Los Angeles.
Tana was talking about them like they were less than. She was saying like, ew, gross, I have to work with people that are from the rickets of LA.
Like, and it was just like very creepy. Like I just, the vibes with every interaction I had with every single person.
A lot of people don't understand where I grew up and how I grew up because it's honestly something that I don't really want to think about. I've worked really hard to get to the place I am now in life, and I feel more comfortable opening up about my past. I have many stories about that, but a story that really hurts my heart is one time my sister and I were hanging out with some new friends, and someone asked my sister where she was from, and she answered them, and they went, ugh, turned around, turned their back to her, and just walked away.
That never happened. That never happened. That is a Reddit story of shit that has never occurred. That has never happened to, that's just not happened. What happened? Did your sister like look at you and say, we don't need them anyway, and then everyone fucking clapped? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is wrong with you? When did you grow up? The fucking 50s? Rosanna Pansino is not that old. If she was hanging... Kids can be mean, but I imagine they'd just be looking for an excuse to do it. If you're talking about adult friends, this did not happen. Nobody in the 90s or 2000s was doing this shit. I don't fucking believe you.
And that's how we were treated because of where we were born. My family didn't have a lot of money growing up. I grew up with Molly 2 blocks from the projects. If you walked out the front door of my house, my neighbor 2 houses...
Wait, did I rip? Am I fucking... Did I die mid-rant? Am I back? Fuck, the poor people got me. Rosanna Pansino's sent the fucking, like, poor people from the rickets of LA or whatever the fuck she said to take out my stream. Pop, pop. This story didn't happen. This was a lie. She is lying. This is fucking a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. Fuck this shit. We can't be around them, love. That's the kind of neighborhood that has black people in. Like, it's not the 50s, Rosanna. Come on. Fuck off. I grew up down the streets from a literal government housing complex and didn't experience shit like this. Fun fact, it was the same one Lil Nas X is from, lol. Yeah, this is just like, look. I'm not saying that people don't experience prejudice based on where they're from. Here's it from the other side, by the way. I mean, I've said before, I was a bartender for a long time. I was like vocation based. I lived and breathed being like a cocktail bartender. And many of my colleagues did not like me because of my background. They considered like people like me who come from privileged backgrounds to be basically LARPing. The way they viewed it, one of them said to me years later, the reason we didn't like you, Beckett, was we were living like paycheck to paycheck with like rent. And if we missed work or like something went wrong with the job, like we didn't have a safety net or anything. There was like a good chance we'd like end up homeless. We'd be fucked. But for you, you had the choice that if anything went really wrong, your family would take care of you. They wouldn't see you like out on the streets. And like a lot of people like resent people coming into the bar industry and like lower paid work or whatever when it's kind of like a LARP. They just thought I was LARPing. And I get that. I actually like, I understand that. That's fine. But I was never treated like super, super badly by a lot of them. No one looked at me and was like, fuck this guy. I was just a bit of an outsider. That's basically it. That's basically all this is. You'll be a bit of an outsider. And that's true of everyone. And you know what? It's not a big deal. That's how life works. It's fine.
Houses down, ran a chop shop. My neighbor 3 houses down on the corner.
Being a bartender sounds like one of those jobs that's fun overall, but there's still too much shit to take. Let me be honest with you, and I will be 100% with you. I loved bartending. It nearly killed me. Hospitality is hell. Nothing I have ever done in my life has been as difficult as being a bartender was. Like, I worked 90 to 120 hours a week in incredibly hostile work environments. It was insane. And, like, God, fuck, like, I remember, like, so when I was, like in, like, in a fucking assistant manager position, I was walking down a corridor between, like, 2 sections of this bar I worked at. And there were 2 gangs of lads at either end looking at each other. And I was walking down, it's like this hallway had mirrors along the sides of it. And I looked at one group and then looked at the other. And you've got this, like, you develop this sixth sense about this shit. And I was like, right, they're gonna fucking run at each other in about 2 seconds and just start trying to fucking beat the crap out of each other. So, I radioed for, like, the bouncers, and I was like, you need to get here now. And just as I clicked off the radio, both these groups charged each other. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, there's this, like, small girl next to me, like, on her phone, like, with a drink. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. Wrapped my arms around her to try and protect her as, like, just fucking, like, 10 lads collapsed on top of me. And I was fucking black and blue. I was, like, actually black and blue. I just bruised everywhere. This girl screaming in my fucking ear. And Dorman turned up, pulled everything off us. Like, you were right. I was like, no. Do I look all right? It was shit like that. And that's just, like, stuff that happened randomly all the time. Fucking the chaos. People don't understand the chaos of fucking bar work. I was catching up one night, and, like, we're taking fucking tills, and I look over at the monitors, and one of the, like, bar staff is stood really close to, like, where the shelves are. Normally, like, where the bin would be. Like, there's a gap, and the bin's out. And he's just stood there sort of serving without walking anywhere. He had a fucking girl under the counter sucking his dick while he was serving. Metal Man, what a hero. I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't really know what else to do, actually. It was just a fucking natural reaction. Probably very fucking stupid, but oh well. I grew up with a very little to no prejudice in my childhood, just bored, I guess, in who I've selected to be just bored, I guess, in who I've selected to be targets. Thanks for the 20. White Knight, you're the real N. You could have used her as a shield like Hunter Avalon. To be fair to it, I did have like training and stuff because I'd had like all the like kind of like my level of managers and stuff and like door staff all did like MMA together. I was not good, by the way. I should be clear. I've done MMA, which mostly consisted of me getting the shit kicked out of me once a week. That was my experience with MMA. So, yeah. Listen, if you guys want to be like, that's White Knight hero shit, I think that is my only story like that in my entire life where I have put myself in physical harm's way for another human being. But, well, you are a Fed after all. True. Drunk people do not use logic. It's hell trying to herd cats. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing I'm most proud of, actually, in any story like that, is this guy was causing like a load of trouble, and he wanted to like I interrupted and was like, you can't be saying shit like this. And he was like, well, I'm gonna kick your ass, basically. And I said, that's fine. We'll just go outside and we can have a fight. And he confidently walked next to me out of the doors of this bar. And then just as he got over the like end of the doorway, I was like, night, and just told the door staff he was barred and walked back in. He literally just walked himself out of the bar. Being able to take a beating is a good skill to have. Years of practice at boarding school. Okay. That's pretty much it. I forgot my point of this. It's like fucking 12 o'clock in the afternoon and I've been streaming now for 5 hours, okay? So, I don't know where the fuck I was going with this story. Oh yeah, that was it. Right. Bartending's fucking awful. It's really fucking ridiculous. I was like, I fucking lived on alcohol and energy drinks and cigarettes. And I nearly died, okay? That's it. Bartending's awful. I will say this, for those of you wondering about, like, the White Knight shit. What I'll say about that story is of all the times I have been beaten up while working in bars, that's probably the only one where I look good in it. Because, fuck, yeah, those are some dark times. Oh, for the 20. Choose a number between 1 and 6, I am then gone for some time. Okay, let's play the number game. 4. I'll go with 4. I'm normally really bad at these. But it's been fun having Alf back in chat. I've missed you. You need to come back more. Just because you're a laugh, frankly. Good distraction. Okay. So, there you go. There is Beckett bartending stories. Oh, God. Where were we?
were two neighborhood boys that we grew up with who one of them got involved in a gang and they were violently killed in the street. My other neighbor raised dogs, Rottweilers, to fight them, and one of them got loose. And when I got off the school bus in like elementary school with one of my friends, we were walking home from school, and one of the Rottweilers attacked her in our front yard. Blood.
Noted. Goodbye for now. I'll get back to you later. Take care for now. No worries, Al. Cheers. Have a good night, buddy. Catch you in a bit.
Everywhere. My dad had to run out and break it up, and the amount of violence and just shit that I've seen at such a young age and for such a long time. They had meth labs blowing up all the time. My high school even got shut down multiple times. Like, we had a drill for when a meth lab would blow up down the street and we had to cancel sports practice because too many chemicals of drugs were in the air. Like, this was a common thing at my school. One time at a friend's party, there was a drive-by in the house that I was in. But even though those communities have a lot of issues, they have a lot of good people. To hear someone in a privileged position
Guys, I was super unprivileged. My life was fucking hell. It was hell. I got chased by Rottweilers. People died in meth lab explosions. It was an awful experience I hate to think about, but there are lots of good people there. Fucking what? Oh, Jesus.
dehumanize people from those communities, like where I grew up, it triggers me. Because it's not right. I've thought about it a lot, and I do understand that Tana or Trish may not want to go to a less than safe area. The thing that I'm not okay with is dehumanizing people who live there. Saying, I hate
Rosanna Pansino, woman of the people. Give me a break. Listen, you made your career baking fucking cakes. I got jumped while walking home from school one day. Only once. Morale, I'm surprised.
hate working on sets where the people, you know that they came from the rickets of LA, because that is not fair to people. There are so many good people that lived in my community and many other impoverished areas. That is not okay. Check your privilege. I'll end the podcast soon. This has gone on for a while, but I did watch Trisha's response to everything, and I could tell that she was really upset about the situation. And as I mentioned before, I wrote her a private apology because I really do care about her as a friend. My whole family genuinely loves her family, and I really hope that we can fix things. Also, watching the response, I love Moses. I really love Moses. I do disagree with some of what he said, like saying that Tana's stories are entertaining and not serious, just because when she's talking about...
Okay, I think we're done with this. That's enough cannibalism and fucking cry bullying. Fuck, I hate Rosanna Pansino. Oh my god. Oh. Is she not privileged too now? Yeah. Yeah, Rosanna Pansino is incredibly privileged. Right? Like, again, let's be fair. I mean, this is always a comparative game, right? Like, many of us are privileged. One thing that, I think I've said this before, like, one thing I was told, like, pretty early on with, like, streaming was never be, like, too open about, like, your privilege or background, because it alienates people. It's like an optical thing. And I've never really believed in that. I've always thought that's kind of a bullshit, cowardly thing to do. Because, like, I know of streamers who pretend to be far less privileged than they actually are. And it's kind of like, you know, with, like, VTuber girls that, like, lie about having boyfriends for the audience capture? It's kind of like that, where I'm just not very comfortable with it. I think it's a really fucked thing to do to an audience, because you're in some way selling a part of yourself, particularly as a streamer. You're selling part of yourself as a brand, and the further away from honesty that is when you're not, like, a character, I think is a bit fucked. I don't think you need to go into super detail with it, right? But I think, like, lying about your social background is a bit weird. I think it's a bit weird. I think it's fine. It's whatever. If people have issues with it, whether you came from a privileged background or an unprivileged one, that's their fucking damage. What difference does it make? Life is difficult and good at different rates for different people. It's whatever. It's whatever. I think people just need to, you know, get shit together. That's parasocial stuff. True. And we build parasociality here in very vastly different ways through chat goals and me telling you to like and subscribe once a stream, and no one does it. No one does it, guys. How am I meant to take over the internet? How am I meant to become the full version of myself? How am I meant to become the next? I don't fucking know. Who do I like? Who I'd like to be like? How do I become the next? I feel like whenever anyone says that, it's like a fucking curse. You've cursed yourself. It's about how you approach it, bragging and so on. Yeah, I think people like underplay it. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, and said before, I went to boarding school. I hated it. It was shit. But also, like, I had a very privileged education, and it was, you know, it's paid off in the long term. So it's kind of whatever. This isn't even his final form. So fucking true, okay? So fucking true. The next Mama Max. Jesus. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? No, not the next Smith. Not the next Smith. Fucking kill me. Could you imagine? He's got better, actually. He's got better. He has got genuinely more entertaining. I'd actually watch a Smith stream now, which is a crazy thing to say. But yeah, he's got some entertaining shit. Right, okay. We're going to talk about this a little bit more Veilguard. I want to run through some of this review. I was going to show you Sophia Narwitz's review, but I think I'm past the point of being annoyed at her over her takes. So now I care less. I will say this. Sophia, I think, is a really good reviewer. I think they do some really fucking cool stuff. And I generally watch their stuff on narrative when it comes out because I find their insight very interesting.
I expect that there will be a broad range of opinions on Dragon Age the Veilguard, and I encourage you to seek them out. I do not have a monopoly on truth. As I've said many times before, I'm just a nerd with a microphone and a YouTube account. My opinion is no more or less valuable than anybody else's. Okay? Alright, so Dragon Age the Veilguard is a colossal disappointment. I really can't put it any other way. I spent 50 hours playing this, and it was time I desperately wished that I could get back. I started having my doubts at around the 10-hour mark. I was thoroughly checked out at the 20-hour mark, and the remaining 30 hours were just excruciatingly painful as I was forced to suffer through the endless morass of banality that is Dragon Age the Veilguard. In many ways, Veilguard is a bigger disappointment than Anthem was. Like, if I was to hand LeBron a tennis racket, I'd expect to see some pretty shitty tennis. BioWare never had any business making a looter shooter, and so when Anthem flopped, its failure was easily explained, easily reconciled. But if I hand LeBron a basketball, I expect to see some fucking points on the board, and it's impossible to imagine a bigger home court advantage than this for BioWare.
You'll be the next Jar for sure. What the fuck have I done to you guys recently? What the fuck is this? Have I, like, hurt you guys? What did I do? Man, I thought we were cool. What the fuck?
The Dragon Age franchise, one of their most beloved and most successful. No pressure from EA to cram in all sorts of live service bullshit like it was meant to have at one point, but they pivoted away from that.
Okay, to be fair, I disagree with this part of the review just because it's like, well, the base of the game was designed for that. Put some respect on Jar's name. You will never be Jar. Thank you, I appreciate that. I hope to never be Jar, okay? You subjected us to Rosanna? Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I can't argue with you. You're just right.
Years years ago. There's no in-game cash shop here, there was obviously plenty of development time and budget, there was the freedom for BioWare to make a BioWare-ass BioWare game, without any compromises, and without any excuses. In no way, shape, or form did BioWare meet the moment and capitalize on the opportunity that was handed to them. Dragon Age the Veilguard apes the most superficial elements of a BioWare game, making no effort to modernize what is...
Yeah, it was meant to be live service. Truth hurts, sorry, backup. That's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked.
...is a now fairly dated formula, while delivering absolutely none of the writing,
Beckett and Rosanna sleep equals when? Sure, we can talk about our dead parents. That'd be great fun. I'll ask her opinions on what I should do with my mum's ashes. Like, what sort of herb patch should I fucking grow? I don't particularly want to... Listen, I don't like weed very much, so I guess I'd have to go for something else. I don't know. She liked herbs. She liked gardening. So I guess I could throw her into some basil. I don't fucking know.
Characterization and imagination that made its previous games so great. The writing is frankly terminal. It lacks any nuance or wit or wisdom. It cannot communicate ideas except to say them aloud to the camera. It manufactures petty, unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared to ever be truly confronting or dark for fear that it might make the audience uncomfortable. Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a semi-final, or teaching toddlers how to properly share toys. The way you build relationships with your companions is so woefully outdated, drawn-out quest lines completely divorced from the main plot, starring disposable villains and recycling the same settings, enemies, and bosses you find elsewhere. The romance system feels equally antiquated, heavily reliant on the "we'll bang, okay" button, even when it doesn't make sense for that to be an option, with no supporting systems behind it to make your romance decisions feel believable or consequential. The world design is so weird. I have never encountered worlds quite like this. They feel more like Overwatch maps than actual explorable spaces, and they're littered with puzzles so mind-numbingly stupid that I wonder how little BioWare must think of our ability to solve puzzles. And the combat is like, man, shallow is too kind a word. The lack of enemy variety, the sponginess of those enemies, how limited your control over...
I found it fascinating watching this, and like watching the other review from whoever the fuck his name is, where it's like so many people praise the combat, but nothing about this looks fun. None of it looks fun. Nothing about this. How do you make a game that's just not fun? How is that possible? I don't understand. Is it me, or does the animation stuff look animation looks stiff while they're talking? Yeah, it just looks bad. It's like Dragon Age Veilguard is like someone's up-rendered a PS2 game. It's really bizarre. The fact Veilguard's price dropped 40% just after it dropped, that's a bad sign for a game. Yep. Mortismal. Yeah. He was really positive on it, and I just don't see anything about this. The world design's an issue because it's like a hangover from the live service stuff. The story is like, I mean, we've talked about this ages with Arcani, which was a great convo. It's the greatest convo. I know people. I've seen people in the chat. They all say it's a great convo. I think it was a great convo. Really great convo. I fucking need to go to bed. I'm completely fucking broken. Fuck this shit. Listen, okay. Fuck this shit. I have burnt myself out on being angry about fucking Dragon Age, okay guys? I've burnt myself out. I cannot do more. So I'm gonna have a cigarette, and we're gonna do our standard thing, and then I'm gonna just send you into Chud's chat or whatever, as he's live in a bit. Wait, there's a fucking gaming stream. Is he live? What are you doing? So hold on. Probably I'll send you to where like audience actually is. Like, fucking hell. LARPing as Ukrainian soldier. When the fuck is this? 7 p.m. tonight. You've scheduled your gaming stream for 7 p.m. tonight, Chud. The fuck? Why? Like, okay. Whatever, buddy. I really hope Elder Scrolls 6 is good. Yeah, that'd be good. I really hope Half-Life 3 is good. Yeah, listen, you won't live to see it, but it might be good. I see. Fuck! Yes! You hit the goal ages ago. I'm so sorry. Chat, I'm proud of you. Well done, guys. Listen, I went live at like 2 a.m. in the morning on an impromptu stream. For those of you who've hung around for pretty much the entire stream, Jesus, well done. This has been like a weird fucking stream. I don't really talk about gaming culture much. I might do it more over time if people enjoy conversations like that. But I'll probably turn it into members content because it's not drama. It's not drama. This at least started with kind of drama, kind of like me being angry at Twitter, so I think it counts. But I do like talking about media. I like talking about, like, this is why I like talking to Rags. So, you know, maybe talking more gaming stuff would be fun. I guess let me know, because I like doing it. So if you like watching it, I'll do it live. Spoilers, they will be trash. Right, let me roll a cigarette. Oh, okay. Let me roll a cigarette. My shift is almost over. It's nice to be the background noise, okay? Glad I could help. Beckett got out of bed angry and started streaming. Yeah. I've been awake for like 27 hours, okay? So if the latter half of this stream was a little bit fucking rambly and all over the place, that's why. Yeah, wish you would. Lex, do you mean you wish I would talk about more gaming stuff? Or fucking... wish I'd do what? You guys need to be clearer, okay? I'm semi-retarded at this time in the morning. Let's bring that over. Does that work? No, that made it worse. What am I doing? Okay. Fuck, I really am retarded. Okay. Just wish you would, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Good morning, Abolish Reality. Welcome to, like, the end of the stream. So gonna sleep, then play Monster Hunter? I think I'm gonna stream tonight. I said I'd cover the North stuff. So, I might do a stream on that. And, yeah, there are a couple of things like that I kind of want to do. So, we will see. We will see, guys. Isn't being regarded a requirement for commentary? Yeah, that is true. That is true. Hi, Lilith. Hey, how you doing? I woke up to this stream too. No. Listen, listen. It was a good stream. I enjoyed streaming angry. Streaming angry makes me happy. Okay. Good. Good. Are you running Monster Hunter with the texture pack? With the high-res texture pack? No, but I might download it later and see if it actually works. It's fine. I'm not really a graphics guy. I don't really mind too much. So, I'm pretty chilled about stuff like that. Okay. Listen, this has been fun. If I'm back later tonight or whenever, I'll try and put something up ahead of time that's not like 15 minutes. I want to cover the North stuff. I keep being like, oh, you know, I didn't go live that late. It's literally like 2 a.m. in the morning, American time. It's fucking ridiculous. At any rate, this has been fun. I feel chilled out, and I will catch you guys in the next